as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? I may or may not have done a few little things yesterday while I was not streaming, so there is no recording. First thing is I just set up these the one machine before these because I think it looks kind of cool to just have that last bit done up here and have belts with stuff on them. But they won't have much stuff on them, but there'll be belts with stuff on them. And who's joining to the VIP dinner at XRCon? Yes. So I did that, and then I put a floor down here, so there was a logistics floor and a first floor on the bottom, although I haven't put anything on it. And the only other thing I did was from our pasta facility, which I just put into 2 sinks for now, or our copper powder facility. I think I'm actually too far away to see the powder on those lines from here because they're all working. All the lights are good. Everything's on, and those machines, you can see them moving. There is copper powder on that line as well. You can actually see it look exactly the same on both sides. I'm just too far away for it to load in. But that's fine. I'm tempted to go, but I'm already booked this year's vacation. Just confused with a family for a week. For Gen Con? I don't even know what Gen Con is. But that sounds less important. You could skip that. Right, so the only other thing I did was I made a new blueprint to try and like belt across the desert with 3 belts, 1 bringing the Caterium ore and 2 that are gonna bring the powder. Don't know if I love it or not. Just been experimenting with like how to travel belts, how to make little belt highways. So I hooked that. The only one I hooked in was the Caterium, and the Caterium just got plugged into that bottom floor like it was meant to get. And was it picture mode? There we go. And so it came out of there and just went into that bottom floor there, which is also now stuck because it has nowhere to go. You turn left in advanced mod on that is dead for my build before I slam the truth mod. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. So I was trying to come up with plans on how to do this factory. And I think I decided that basically all of this goes on the first floor. It's quite a large floor. And then this bit goes on the second floor. And then this bit goes on the third floor. And then these ones go on the fourth floor, which will be right before the top bit. And the top bit just has those 2 machines. So I actually have like a ton of room in the factory. Like a ton of room. But the reason I have a ton of room is just because of how much goddamn room it takes to set like these up nicely. I probably didn't need to lay them out like this. I could have just done like 3 rows of 5 or something. But like, I like the idea. I like the look. So I've got this fucking huge factory that I am not going to need to fill. Like a heavy train? Yeah, kinda. I don't know if it's actually, I don't know if it's good. I kind of like it, but then I didn't really know how to deal when I needed them to, like, once they got here and they needed to, like, you know, become useful again instead of just traveling. I didn't really know how to do that, so I don't really love how that bit looks. So the one part of my plan that's maybe somewhat questionable is there is a lot of Caterium wire. I'm just kind of looking at it. Maybe I've heard it. What's it called? The song? Death by Romy is a artist. There it is, exhibitionist. Let's play it and find out more about it. Oh, you don't hear my music when I play it. Anyway, so my idea, since we have so much room with Quickwire, was instead of making all the Quickwire at once in one place, like I have in every other factory, I was thinking that maybe I would dedicate like a little bit of each floor to Quickwire. Like, let's say here, for instance. You hear that? You're not supposed to ever hear that. What do you mean you hear that? Wait. You're never supposed to hear my music. I haven't played music since I started playing Satisfactory. You should never hear Spotify. Yeah, that's fine. I want the other one. This one. What the fuck? How about now? I'm playing it again. You should not be able to hear it. Fantastic. Okay, I don't know why that changed itself, but Spotify is supposed to go to the music setting, which is supposed to be not given to stream. So yeah, anyway, back to my plan. So instead of building 2,918 quick wire all at once, I was thinking that what I might do is just dedicate a part, do them in sets of 4, right? And be like, hey, do I need 4 or 8 more for this floor, or 4 or 8 more for this floor? And then just merge the lines up, right? And so like a floor will make everything it's supposed to, and then it'll send its overflow up an elevator, and that'll join the next floor where it'll make the extra it needs, and send the overflow up an elevator where it'll make the extra it needs. That's my thought. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but it just seems like it might be more useful. Although I guess it means most of it's gonna be near here instead. I don't know if I love that. Because that is going to be my busiest floor. So maybe I make the floor in front of it, since this is my quietest floor. So maybe I include quick wire on the second floor for this floor and like some of the following floor, and then, you know, just keep moving up, making a little extra every time. Did you look at the D4 news from today? No? And why would I? Okay, so I guess it's time to start putting these together. Did you see the potato news for today? No, I didn't, but that sounds way more interesting. Like, why would I care about the Diablo news? I care about the potato news. Let's go. Oh, nice. They can all be in sets of 4 for all the raw ore I need. But I have so much room, though. Claws and claws are coming. A new type of item. Pets. 9 new pets. 1 new character, the Beastmaster. Life and complexity. actually looks cool. Okay, so issues. We have a ton of space. So maybe it's actually better to have like, I don't know, 6 per or something. It's less power shards, more machines. These ones would have to be underclocked just to make it good. But at least it would be equal now. Yeah, I think that's better. So I want you at the front and you at the front. And then that one and that one further down and that one further down. I'd almost rather just keep them in sets of 4, even if it involves underclocking. All right, so we're going to be making a lot of foundries and 4 constructors. Now, I think I might already have a foundry blueprint. Do I like it is the question. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. No, I don't. I want to edit it. Foundries. Okay, so if I want them to be facing the way they are now on the blueprint, but I want them to shoot their stuff forward, not backwards. So these are the ones that have to go. Normally, I like to try and set the belts and speed of everything, like beforehand, but with it being only 6 machines each, but also a bunch of different things, then I'm not actually sure that that's the right way to do things. I would like to do that and that. should be a little better. So we might have to paint and set recipes and all that sort of stuff separately, because there's just like a bunch of different instances of this going down. Now they should auto connect as well. If what I've learnt is correct. Save blueprint. Let's not delete it yet until we've placed one. So we would like to do the bronze and the iron first. There's time with the title? I think so. I mean, that's done. The belts are already run over here. All the Caterium's running. All that's running. The last two spots are running. I'm just building the shit up right now. Hopefully. Let's get rid of it. I trust myself. Okay, so I would like to run this way. I would like to not use that third. There is an absolute ton of space here. So let's leave everything quite spaced apart. There is an absolute ton of space here. Okay, so we need 2 rows of 6 that are, I mean, it's good to have nice and lots of space between them, but like, let's at least line them up still. Let's just make sure. Yes. Okay, so that will do both the copper and the steel. So we still want to do another set of foundries in front of it to make this, well, sorry, the copper and the iron. So I'm going to want another set to do that and another set to do that. So there's 2 more of those ready to happen. I almost want to offset them as well. And I'm gonna. Well, there's just no need to. There's so much fucking room. Spread this out enough so it takes up the floor. I have. Hold. Make sure you line up with this one. Okay. So those are our 4 base components. So one of them, this one is going to be the copper. So you can just become copper machines. Son of a bitch. Doesn't matter because they're all getting colored anyway, but it'll matter later when I've forgotten. Okay. So the copper machines are going to run actually underclocked a little bit. But they're just going to do copper ingot alternate recipe that uses both copper and iron. And you're going to run at 90%. Which apparently I don't have. Save me. That one. Exactly that one right there. There's nothing from the Diablo announcement. All right. Because they might have actually learned something. That doesn't seem likely. Well, stolen? That seems more likely. If they did, it was a mistake and they'll unlearn it soon. Okay, so those are going to make the copper. And these are going to make the iron alloy ingots. Which I also didn't learn. Oh, hang on. This is D2 resurrected, but it looks familiar.
Ribbon.
Then there's advanced stash tabs. We've added more of them, and for the first time ever, items in your stash can be stacked. No more juggling 99 gems across 4 pages. You'll find dedicated tabs for materials, gems, and runes. It's cleaner, faster, and way less tedious.
I mean, yay, I guess. Like, I don't care. It's just I don't care. We have iron alloy ingots, and I want you all to run at I mean 318 divided by 6. There you go. Now, color. Iron maybe? No. What's going to look like iron? There we go. The announcement of the announcement. I did see that. So these are all gonna have to be Mark II belts coming out, and these are all gonna have to be Mark II belts coming out. Okay. Right, so those are those two done. So the next two after that are gonna take from this line, which means it's gonna go like that, and then they're also gonna get a second one, which will be fine because I left plenty of room intentionally, because there's like a ton of room here, so why would I not? Is the nuclear pasta facility? It is. Just real quick, this bit over here is where all the copper powder is already getting made. It's already fully running. There's 1,500 powder, and it's all running perfectly. Currently it's just going into 2 sinks, but there's 2 belts in there for it that are already ran all the way up to this base. 1,500 copper powder a minute going into sinks right now. And over there is where all of our Caterium ingots are coming from. They're not going into sinks, but they would run. None of those should be green. They're not going into sinks. I have to assume that that's like a bug from being too far away, because there's no sink over there. So those machines should just have turned off when they filled the belts. Surely I get a little closer and they're yellow, right? Yeah, cool. Well, where the fuck? How could that still be going? It can't be. The Caterium has stopped coming in because there's no sink over here. It's not. When you come close, there's no green. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I have no out for this facility yet. I will, but I have none for now. Okay, so that's just like a distance bug. Just shows them as green because they're too far away. Okay, perfect. So there's both of our base ores. So then this one, ooh, maybe actually, no, this one here is going to be solid steel ingots. And you technically have to be ever so fucking slightly overclocked, I think. Yeah, 102.2%. Great. 368 divided by 6. Need to view my ticket? I did. That can't be right. That's 2 overclocked. 368 divided by 6. Uh-oh. Hold on. That can't be right either. Iron ingots and coal. Iron ingot and coal. I want 368 and I have 6 machines. $368 divided by 6. That's better. That's what I expected to see. And these ones are making carbon steel, essentially, which is not going to look very oh, that's the one that's already painted. It's already painted carbon steel. Ah, good. So we just fix up these belt that I missed in the blueprint, and we double check what's its in and out. 61.3. So those MK1 belts will not work. Just. But the worst part is they'll work just good enough to like mask the problem for like hours. They'd work just good enough to mask the problem for hours. Okay, so there's those done. So the next thing out I want is going to be 4 constructors to take the remainder of the iron here to make iron plates. So constructor. Wrong way around. Flip. Damn, you want to come from the... You really want to come from the other direction? That's an inconvenience. Is it though? Because I could just manifold it through that whole machine. Ah, nah, it's fine. There's plenty of space. There's plenty of space. You're gonna make the default iron rate recipe at 60%. Default iron plate recipe at 60%. This is just to keep it, like, you know, looking nice and being in equal sets and whatnot. Okay, so out of here comes our iron ingots. Maybe setting some machines. You did it? Yep. Yep. And if I have a lot of machines, I set all the power and everything and ratios and everything up in the blueprints, like over there. Like when I did that bullshit. when I did this fucking bullshit, that was all set up in the blueprints. But here I had to set a bunch of the same machines down to do different recipes. So it's just sort of like, there's no real point in setting the recipes in the blueprint. You just set the blueprint, make it work, and then set the machines. Unfortunately, stupid Baylor did not put power beams into these ones like I did to this one, or those, but they're already down and they're already set, so I'm not going to replace them. Yeah, you can just look at a machine and control C and look at the next machine and control V it. You don't even need to open the thing. Okay, so these ones are wrong because they need to be assemblers, not foundries. Still want 6 of them though. Damn. These assemblers take their belts the wrong way around. Am I okay with that? Do I just run it around so that it comes back? Or am I not okay with that? I think I'm okay with it. There's so much fucking room. I like busy belts. Even busy power shards in the machines? It does if you have them. Now, you're the one, yeah. You're the one I haven't gotten around to fixing. It doesn't auto connect for some reason. Just on this one belt right here. Don't know why. Right, so you're going to make Alclad casings. Do I already have that recipe or am I learning it? Looks like I'm learning it. There it is. Thank you, buddy. Two milk casings, and I need a total of 810, but divided into 6 machines. Damn, that's more than fits in a belt. Okay. Well. So 450. Hold on. So 450 have to go one way and 360 have to go another way. This is the alternate recipe. That's my total amount. So I'm just wondering if I can, at this step, right at this machine, if I'm allowed to, if it's possible to separate them. Like what if I did Yeah, okay. All right, so what if we do intentionally? We set these to different overclocks, right? Hold up, right? So I've got 6 machines with the same recipe, but since I need to send 360 to one place and 450 to another, what would be, right? What would be 450 divided by 4 would only be that. 360 divided by 2. Can you make that? You can. Okay, so the first 2 machines, and then they get split. The output gets split. I think that's the best way to handle that, since they don't fit in a belt anyway altogether, and they only go to 2 locations, right? So that's the 360 that comes out of that machine. Oh, they go all the way upstairs. Okay, I should do that one. No, this is fine. These ones get used. These ones get used in the final process, which means this would need 4 to 450. So that can't be right. Is that right? So you barely need any overclocking, and then those ones need a lot more because there's only 2 machines for them. But then there's 4 machines for these, so they only need like a little bit. 2, 3, 4. Okay, which brings me to the next problem, which is that this machine, while it only has to take 540 copper, that's easy. It does have to take 1080 aluminum ingots, which means they can't all be manifolded together. So that's going to take 240 a minute. That's going to take 240 a minute, so that's 480 already. And then you're going to take another 150 a minute. 580, 600 and something, 630 by the time I've in this machine. Oh wait, they come from the other way. They come from the other way. Wait, hang on. So it's 150 a minute per machine. So there's 2, that's 300. There's 4, that's 600. We're going to be bringing down 2 belts, and those 2 belts are going to have roughly what, like 550 each, so you can't go to 600. So what I'm going to do is run, I don't know what this is called, but I've been calling it an injection manifold, where I run 2 lines, right? One goes straight in the end, and then in a few machines. So we're gonna go 150, another 150. That's 450 in. So about here, right? We do this. Put a merger on that line. And then I bring my 2 lines in of my 2 lines of aluminum ingots, and one just goes straight in the end like normal, but the other line gets put in there. So it'll use like most of it, but there'll still be like 70 or something coming in, but that's where I'll merge in the new line that'll help feed the rest of the machines without ever overloading the line. Use cubes while juggling them. No, I don't think I've ever picked up a Rubik's Cube in my life. Okay, so those will do that. So that's now all of the base recipes. That's now all of the base recipes except these ones. But where do I need them? So I don't need these made until floor 3 is when I use them. There are 2 quartz, right? Tell me there are 2 quartz. I haven't made a mistake here, have I? No, cool. There are 2 quartz. They're both normals, but that's fine. Okay. So let's say interesting. Well, instead of using, I could make the silica and the crystal quartz at that crystal quartz vein instead of being here. Although, does it matter? I don't think it matters. I just run a whole 600 line in here. 12 is a little too many. Let's go for 8 if we can. Cool. 8 at 200%. And 8 of these would be 125. So there would be 2 sets of 8s to make all of the silica and quartz that I need. Which I absolutely could just make at the quartz node instead of involving it in the logistics here. But also, look at all this fucking room. All right, well, let's start with this. So, right, there's 36 of these. They put out 60 each. So a pack of 4 would put out how many? 240. Does that include their... I feel like that doesn't include their clock speed. It doesn't. It would, so it would be more than that. Okay, we're definitely gonna set those in a blueprint. There's 36 of them. So let's chuck that down real quick. Excuse me. Load blueprint. Constructors. So you're all going to do alternative Caterium wire. No? No. You're all doing straight up quick wire. Yeah. Nearly fucked that right up. Now, in theory, these want me overclocked to 135.2. Which should put out 81.12 times 4. Right, so I can do 8 and it would be 600. Well, what, times 2, it'll be 650. So if I do 8, it'll be 650. This is the bit that's getting me the most, is how to make all of my quick wire and have it go where I want it to go. Because the second floor, the floor above this, is only going to use fucking, what's that, like 350, 400-ish, something like that. So slightly more than this. Ooh, right. So that's each blueprint, right? So I times 2 it. It makes 648. We'll just call it 649. Right? 649. I'm going to use 257.14 plus 81.82. So I'm only going to use 338. Really? Okay, so maybe I actually separate these. Hold on. So maybe what I actually do is I separate these, right? And I say, we clear that one, and we clear that one, and we send these here, right? Because I can just run the ore straight through all of them, but they need to be sort of in the right order. Oops, I think I put sloops in there. Yep, get out of there. Right? So instead of making one giant batch, maybe instead I make them in 3 separate batches for the 4 separate places they go. That way I can keep all of the machines good, but I can just run the ore through all of them. The ore can work as in like a manifold is fine, especially because I know I'm intentionally overproducing the raw ore. Not by much, but like 15 a minute, but there'll be more ore than is needed. One giant batch and then overflow the machines. I'm trying to make it a little bit simpler. And I think this is how we make it a little bit simpler. So if I just look at the room I have a ton of room on this floor. What do I need on the next floor? 12 of them, 8 of them. We're not doing that. 4 of them. We're not doing that. 8 of those. So there's plenty of room to fit in lots of stuff here. So I'm going to say the bottom floor is just going to make this 10 because there's room. The second floor, which is relatively busy because it's going to make all of those machines, it's only going to have the quick wire made for these 4. I'll make this 20 on the bottom floor, and I'll make that last 10 on the last floor that goes into these. And then all that really matters, I think, is that I put all of the quick wire starting locations in the same space so that we can essentially run an elevator up and just have it split the ore into each level where I need it. As long as I stick to the same corner, we should be fine. So since this floor has a ton of room, but it doesn't need to go anywhere, let's do this section, which would be 1,680 divided by 20 machines. Um, 1,680 divided by 20 machines. Damn, that's more than fits on one. That's more than fits on 2 belts. Yikes. So this set of 20 machines is going to have to be split into 3 belts. That's insane. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we do this one here on the bottom level, because that's easier for 2 belts. There'll only be 2 belts. And this one will go straight into the things it needs on the second level. And then we will make these where we're using them, because it'll be a lot easier to deal with if we do that. Alright, let's do that. I like that. So 900 divided by, yeah, so that'll only be 2 belts. So 900 divided by 10 will be the belts for this floor, which is 90. I don't know why I did the thing here. should be fine. Yep. Okay, so I would like 2 full foundry, 2 full squares in both directions before you start. That way it gives me plenty of room to do anything that needs to happen. Right, like in fact, since the place is so big, and we have the opportunity to potentially make it smaller, let's go 3. Could I make it 8? Yeah, I can. Absolutely can. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Boom. That will be 2 equal belts. Because this is the out. There's 4 and there's 4 and they're all set to the same. So there'll be 2 equal belts coming out, 1 belt going in, which we're actually going to give quite a lot of room by putting the floor holes there. Right? I don't actually have extra floors yet, so there's nowhere for me to. But we're gonna give that plenty of room because I want it to be able to take like splitters and whatnot. So plenty of room for that. Now, what else needs to be on the bottom level before I build up? I mean, we could just do both of those here as well, since they're coming in from over there. There's plenty of room. It's coming in from all the way over there. There's certainly room for it. There's a ton of room down here. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. So they're both constructors. There's going to be 2 more rows of 8 constructors. Preferably, I hold that there. Is there enough room behind me? There is. Fantastic. What's the point of this game? Automate everything? Build efficiencies? The factory must grow, right? Okay, so you need to just be making the regular silica recipe. 375 divided by 8. So 125 a piece, easy. The answer is yes, right? And these will be the quartz crystals, which needs 360 divided by 8. Jesus, how much overclocking do you need? So that might be okay. Yeah, it was exactly 200%. Cool. Gotta get that fixed Christmas bonus, right? Okay, well, I think that's the whole bottom floor. The question is, do I keep building up or do I hook up the first floor first? Or is there anything else that should go in the first floor? Honestly, yeah, I could do that again. I could do the 4 more down here. Could I though? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, all we're gonna do is we're not gonna put the hole there. We're actually gonna put the hole there. And then it's gonna like split down there and split over here. Okay, so you're putting out, you're taking in very little. You're putting out 112, which means you have to be, oh, these are already Mark 3. Fantastic. So this is the 8. No, this is the 4. Which needs to make 339 total. 339 divided by 4. Damn it. Yeah, that is right. Alright. Boost. 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 Okay. Which makes it time for the next floor. I'm gonna hold that in place, lock it into the edge so I know where the edge of the building is. And then let's see, we've got a lot of room to go up. We don't have that many floors that need, so we might give it like an extra. Like normally when I build floors, I figure out what the tallest machine is. I give it like a 1 gap. But maybe I give it like a, I give it like a gap like this. But I'm thinking maybe I give it an extra 2 meters this time because we got a lot of room to go up. Real quick, how many more floors did I want to make? So I want to make all of this on the next floor. Maybe even those. So this is going to be the floor below the train station. So I could do all of that on the next floor and just have 2 more floors, but I could also split it into that one, and that one, which would give me 3 more floors. Looking at the amount of room I've got, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do because there's just a ton of room. And this one is going to build into the rock. It's fine. That rock is part of the building. Enough room? It's not. I should have gone 1 higher. My bad. Just copy you, hold, page up, maybe 2 higher. Yeah, that's where you're going. I fucking love the blueprinted floors. I don't know if I've mentioned, but the blueprinted floors are insane. You know you can trial drag a bunch of them at the same time? Not in blueprints, you can't. These are blueprints, not floors. I am placing 2 rows of 5x5 at once. So I'm placing 50 per click. You can only zoop 10 per click, and then just in one direction. We have to like zoop them. I wish I could make it run power automatically. Honestly, it's not that surprising that Satisfactory gripped you this hard. Gripped me. It's got a firm grasp. It does the little twist thing. Like, everything about it is great. I'm not going anywhere. Not even to play Warlock in Diablo 2 Remastered? I was never going to play Diablo 2 Remastered. Like, for two reasons. One, this is a burnout break from ARPGs. It's already costing me a ton of money just to not be playing ARPGs. And I don't think that I would break that little burnout break from ARPGs for an ARPG that I would never have played to begin with. Because Diablo 2 is like a fucking 30-year-old game. And I'm sorry, but it's not good. It was good for its time. It was good for its time. It was fantastic for its time. Its time was over fucking 20 years ago. Everybody needs to relax. I need to add like 2 more depots to concrete. It's actually insane. Although, how often am I really building this much floor at once? Like... Whew. Fully hooked up power. That'll do. Pretty sure every node's hooked up to something. There you go. Alright, fully hooked up power for fucking floor 2. So there's floor 1. Room to fly over all of the machines. Okay. So if I know me, before I start building floor 2, I should hook in everything on floor 1 and make it work. I think that's the best way to go about it. So, let's start with the Caterium because it is going to be in a set location. It's going to be made on several floors. As much as I love the look of this one, I hate that my logistics floor doesn't, like, I can't tell where the bits are. So we just fucking stick its head into the thing and then just, I don't know, fucking do that. What are you? Third tile in the closest corner to here. So not one, not two, three. In the closest corner to here should be right there, right? Cool. Alright, let's fucking hook our Caterium in. Okay, let's go look for our Caterium. Look for our Caterium. Like I don't know where it is. I know where it is. So hold right here. Isn't that built backwards? I fucking hope not. We'll find out when we get back. Okay, so that floor hole should do it. Close enough. Whatever. Like, I could do the bug, but it's fine. Looks fine. It's no problem. You will have to be a merger. And you hopefully won't break. We'll find out if that belt's backwards in a moment, I guess. Whoop. Lost power. Rip. Go over the top of that. No clipping, please. Come with me. Yep, that is a backwards belt, which almost certainly means that you won't go in there because that belt is wrong. Which is interesting because when I click it up to there, it does actually go the right way. So of course. Every single time it breaks, and I don't know how to use these lifts without them breaking. They just break every time. Why are they all MK4 belts? Son of a bitch. I mean, you're not full, but you're fuller than an MK5, MK4 will let you be. I mean, either way, I'm happy to have noticed it just then instead of like later when it's a real problem, right? Like this isn't that big of a deal. Run one way and change the belt, run back and paint it so that it's the same color as the rest of them, and we're done. I noticed because the ore going into the split here wasn't filling at the rate that I expected it to fill, and I was like, huh, that looks a little slow. That's not 300 aside, which is what it should be right now, because it's not going up. It won't take 300 aside forever, but it should have right then because there's nothing on the floor above it. I was like, that's not fast enough. Okay, next. We have both copper ingots and iron ingots, which are both made with iron and copper ore. We're mixing both iron and copper ore in a separate row of machines to do both iron and copper. Luckily, that means that we've essentially just got to build our iron and copper line and just fucking... it's probably best if we split it, but like not with load balancing. We just split so it sends half to each and just let one overflow and the other one not, right? I'm way oversupplying. I'll be way oversupplying these machines anyway with raw ore. So let's bring an iron and a copper node into the base. Now, let's have a quick look. The iron node is right there, and the copper node is right there. So those are the two I'm bringing in. One of them is fucking visible. There's the copper, and there's the iron. Cool. Fantastic. So this is the inside, right? Yep. Okay.
I didn't forget about Prime. You forgot about my Prime.
Latian? Nailed it. Thank you for the 3-month resub. Okay, so I think we do it like that. Do it right there. There you go. Like that. Right. One, two. Grab that. Throw it in. What the fuck? That's better. Ta-da. Right, so copper goes in the closer two. Iron goes in the further two. Coal's also gonna have to come in somewhere. Shit, where does coal go in? Not there, up here, right? This one. Yep. I put floor holes in. Where are they? Huh? Oh, right. The floor holes go to the logistics. But this stuff is coming from the bottom. They do show them 4-meter ones, but they don't show when you intentionally have a logistics floor. They don't go through multiple floors. But you also don't need to do multiple holes. You can just do that. Uh-oh. Perfect. Perfect. Not quite perfect. Nobody cares about the ground level. Literally nobody cares about the ground level. Clip through whatever you want. This is all invisible. Yeah, how much iron? That's the iron. I want to bring in the copper first. And I want to go in behind the iron. And then turn off before that. Because the coal is going to need to go forward. So, copper first. Which is this one right here. I mean, I can't just be this close to a slug and not pick it up. Logistics floor stays on the logistics floor, right? I don't see any reason to not just fucking pump that. Like, oh no, the ore backed up. You're like the first step in the process. There's literally... like, that's fine. So we are intentionally going behind this. As long as you go ahead and get in there. I don't actually... Damn, I put them on the wrong sides. Really, the copper should have gone in there and the iron should have gone in there, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so iron into the other two. Now you, however, might be in the fucking wall. Okay, look, I'm willing to put up with a lot, but maybe not quite that. maybe not quite that. Like I can be pretty forgiving with the logistics flaws. Like I'm pretty okay with logistics flaws doing some like pretty dodgy stuff, but there's limits. There's limits. Let's grab it from there instead. That's better. You'd still look cooler if you came in like that. Fuck off, Bean. You don't have any power? Okay. There they go. Fantastic. Technically those stubs there don't need to exist, but they also don't cause any problems, so fuck them. Alright, machines are full. They're not on, but they're full. So the problem is now that needs to go all the way around, I think, to go in the other side of this machine, which I intentionally left a lot of room for so that it would not be an issue. But this is the only thing that this is used for. So there's no need to go down to the logistics floor. There's no need to have a buffer of any kind. Because you just go boop. Or in there. Damn. 75 a minute, 150 a minute in. Both of them need to be Mark II belts at a minimum. Okay, unfortunately these aren't here and they have to come from the train, which is all the way up there, which means there's going to be some logistical bullshit to I mean, I don't have any in the train. I don't actually have a train yet. But that's where they'll come from. I have a train station. I just don't actually have the train. Okay, so steel ingots and coal. Now, is this the only use for my steel ingot? It is. Yo, wait, hang on. I have steel ingot and concrete listed here. Am I not using coal? I'm using coal for something. Oh wait, idiot. I'm making this steel ingot. I need iron ingot and coal to make steel ingot. That's what this is. Iron ingot and coal to make steel ingot. Now my iron ingot actually does go 2 places. Fortunately, both of those places are right the fuck here. So, what I think I can do, just to be fancy about it, is, can I do this? I go this way? I can. Will that be okay? I delete those because they're the little stubs that don't need to be there anyway. But I don't think... No, there is enough room for the coal. Alright, I get rid of this. I get rid of that. I get rid of that. The coal hole goes right there. Boom. It looks like it's sitting on top of that belt. It actually kinked it like the perfect right place. But it does mean I have to get rid of these little stubby bits because otherwise there's clipping. They don't need to exist anyway though. Fantastic. Now the only issue being they also need to go in there. So maybe that's not okay. Because I still need room for a splitter to be there. And I feel like that's going to clip in. It most certainly is. Oh, wait. Did that go on the fucking line? I don't feel like it did. I mean, it's like highlighted on the belt. It doesn't look like it worked though. Although, it did separate the belt into... Is that working? I don't know if that's working. I'm gonna try this. There we go. Boom. Feed both machines. You come at ExileCon? Abso-fucking-lutely. I have bought my ticket. I have not bought any like plane fares or anything like that. I would love to have booked everything yesterday because it was my day off. But small issue. I don't fucking have any money. So the planes and hotels and other things that I should have are just gonna have to fucking wait. I just need a temporary... Forgive me, the strongest build I've ever played. Nice. Okay, I just needed a place to fucking get rid of everything that is for some reason in my inventory here that I just don't need to be taking up space. And upload. Upload, 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 upload. Yeah, that'll do it. Just needed a dump box because apparently my inventory had filled so much that I had dropped shit on the floor here. I dream about leaves starting Holy Relic and Conviction again. It's so good. The problem is, I'd like to apologize. Because the problem is, anytime you try and league start something that isn't that, you'll be like, this is so awkward. Like, even if it's better damage, which it will be, there are plenty of better like damage builds than that. The whole time you'll just be like, I could just play Holy Relic instead of whatever the fuck I'm doing right now. And it's always going to be the correct choice. And so now you don't get to play anything else. I think it's becoming too popular. How can you play Holy Relic in Satisfactory? That's right, is how to call it 7 sleep. Yep. It's a very good, not very good for like high end. All right, you don't want it for high end, but it's really good for like low and medium. How much coal am I using total? It's not much. 245. Slightly more. Overproduce. Make it 360. Always have too much. That'd be great. Ignoring map mods is amazing. Ignoring map mods is my absolute favorite thing. Like, what's a map mod? Fuck you. Never heard of one. Absolutely fucking love it. All right, last thing that has to be hooked up on this floor, it will be power. But the actual last thing before that is the quartz, of which I need one machine to have a full 600 belt and the other one to have 225. Okay, and the quartz comes from up there. Yoink. Hello, friends. All right, one of you gives me a full 600. The other one only needs 225. You're both giving me a full 600. I mean, you just don't need to. You're a 360. Shit. I think I'll just fucking free run them. Also, we ended up not using that, so there's no reason for you to fucking bang, bang, bang on the door like that. There are like a few bits of the game that I'm like still objectively bad at. And one of them is figuring out how to run like willy-nilly belts like this, where you need to like bring something in and have it like look neat. I don't know fucking how to do that. Okay, well. Would have helped if I put my floor holes and lifts in first. There's the ends here. Ooh. Tight. That's fine. Boom. And now for the second belt. Hi, friend. Shit, hope I plug the right one into the right place. You know what's better than worrying about whether I plug the right one into the right place? Just have them both set to 600 and then it doesn't matter. We are overflowing with power shards. Like overflowing. Like I have to keep 400 power shards in my fucking inventory because my depot is full. We are overflowing. Bring it in. Cool. Now my only concern is those fast enough belts? Yeah, fuck yeah, they're M3s, MK3s already. Fantastic. Okay, so that will be all of the crystal quartz and all of the silica that I need for the whole base. Done. This is the quick wire for floor 2, and this is the quick wire for later on somewhere else. It comes out in 2 lines. That's fine. Okay, that is everything, at least that I currently have plugged in. Time for next floor, or do I fix the problem of currently have, because there's shit that's gonna come in by train. I don't have a train. I think I keep going. I think I do the train at the end because I need it to logistic shit from the train all the way down to the bottom floor. and I don't have the top floors yet. So I'll have plenty of logistic floors. Like there's plenty of space. I just need to know where everything else is first before I bring in, what am I bringing in? Concrete, rubber, plastic, and aluminum. Fuck, I hope I make enough aluminum for that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to new alumina. Am I making casings over there? God, I'm only making 900 aluminum sheets. I'm only making 900 aluminum ingots at the new alumina base. I just made 900 thinking it would be enough. I need 1080. I need to make a little bit more. I need to make a little bit more alumina. That's fine. It's fine. It'll be easy. I built that place to be expandable. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. Whew. Back. Whew. I'm glad that you're back to. What do you mean back to streaming satisfactory? I haven't stopped since I started. Okay. Completed. 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 I made these ones. And I made these ones. But not that one. I made these. And I made these. Haven't made those yet. All right, let's see. So all of the steel goes into making steel pipes. The steel pipes go into 3 different places. The iron takes rubber, gets made into reinforced. Cool. Those 2 are taking the wire from the same place. There's a lot of machines here. Let's do some overclocking. Let's make that one 8 and that one 6. Yeah. Honestly, 6 and 6. Last time I saw you here, which was right. Excuse me. Reckon you can make that in 12? You fucking can. It's a lot of overclocking, but why did we make all that power if we're not going to use it, right? Why do we make all that power if we're not going to use it? And why make all the power shards if we're not going to use those? Okay, so we have a logistics floor for good reason. We do want to fix these there. Yeah, we can make that one in 6. And we could also make this one in 6. Cool. 3.6 is fucking awkward. 3 with a tiny bit of overclocking. 2 with a tiny bit more. 2 it is. Oh shit. Never mind. When did I accidentally click that? I accidentally clicked a sloop into this thing instead of that. Well, I hope that didn't fuck everything. No, it didn't. It didn't. We're okay. Yep, we're fine. It did change those rates though. The only thing it changed is these. Now I'm oversupplying the fuck out of both of those ore, so it is fine. but we only made 6 of any of these machines. So we just have to go redo their amounts real quick. Luckily, we were already oversupplying all of the raw ore, so we can just change the overclocks on the machines to spit out the right amounts. So the iron ingots. The iron ingots actually need to be at... What are you doing? 397 divided by 6. So they're actually underclocked still. 88.2. They actually are still underclocked. Okay. Can't believe I accidentally had a single slumber sloop in one of those machines and nearly didn't notice. that would have been a pain in the ass to fix later. So the copper ingots now need to make 615 out of 6 machines, which is definitely going to require a little bit of overclocking. Barely. And the aluminum casing has to make 993 total. I split them. So let's keep them split. Did I split them? Why would I split them? Why would I split aluminum casings? Oh, they go to 2 places. Right. So one side does 360. That one's the one that didn't change. This side did, I think. $240 per, but you're only making 2 of them, so that's 480. Okay, we have to redo, fix math, please. Fix math, please. So we can call that 562.5 divided by 4. Okay, so you need to be like that. 3, 4, and those go to one place, and then this one needs to be 360 divided by 2. That's the 180. So that side didn't actually change. Fantastic. Okay, disaster averted. Disaster averted. We fixed it. So let's build both of these near where the quick wire gets made, but not at where the quick wire gets made. We'll start with that. So the quick wire is made in this corner. This is the quick wire. But I would like to use the quick wire specifically this quick wire right here. I'll do both of those. Okay. We got a logistics floor, so we can move anything we want. These are both assemblers. So that is where the quick wire is going to come out. It is. No, that's where the ingots are going to come out to make more quick wire. If I want to make more quick wire, it's in that row. We're going to do this twice over. 2 lots of 6. What the fuck are you doing? Stay. Okay, so that's where we'll need more rubber and plastic here, which will have to come from the train, so that won't get done until the end. We have to plug all the rubber and plastic in when we're done. We just have to remember that it needs it. But again, logistics floors between every single floor, so plenty of room to rearrange things when needed. So we need 60 circuit boards and 300 cable. So cable here first, I guess. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, reconnect these bits that don't connect, because for some reason some of my blueprints just fucking break like that. But not always. See, that one connected. I don't really understand why, but whatever. Okay, so I would like you to make cable. Alternative quick wire cable, right? Yep. And we need literally 300 in 6 machines. So target is 300 divided by 6, which is really, is it only 150? That doesn't make sense. Nope, that's wrong. I didn't put enough of these in. 300 divided by 6. There. Okay. Copy. Post. 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 Paste. Cable done. you guys are going to do the Deuterium circuit board, which you should only need 1 shard for, but let's just fucking put all of them in just in case. Of which you need only, I believe it's 60 a minute, which is literally just 10 per machine. You don't need to do the math in there. Cool. Boom. Where do I actually want you to go? Rubber can come from the roof. That'll be great. This is gonna come from the... It's gonna come from the quick wire that supplies both of them. They're in low enough numbers that I'm just happy to let that overflow and just come from one belt. So if we come back here and we place a splitter like this far back, we do that on the inside. And we just let you split into both of these. Don't know how I work that out. At least attempt to be centered. At least like guess at it. Boom. Logistics floor. This is where I need that quick wire to go. And specifically, I need this one that only supplies 10. Oh, it goes that way. Right, that should be enough for both of those. Thank you, logistics floors. That makes those so much better. Plastic and rubber both come from the train, so that has to be left till later. 5 isn't an even amount. Fuck you. Get more overclocking. These are underclocked too. Fuck that nonsense. Make it 8. Make it 6. Nah, make it 8. 8's fine. Again, more rubber. Just looking real quick. So what else do we fit on this floor? So I want to put that on. And I want to put those on for sure. So assemblers. They're going to use the iron plates. So let's start with that. Yep, that's what I thought. Here they are. God, this base is fucking huge. So we're doing assemblers again. Lot of those. Line that up so it's the same, but with a big gap. At least 2 full foundations, because we got room. Fantastic. So you only need 4. Select recipe. Adhered iron plate. Yeah, you shouldn't need a lot of overclocking, because you're only going to make 20 out of 4 machines, which is only 5 per minute each. Fantastic. Copy. Paste. Post. Paste. And since you take a rubber from probably upstairs, we'll put the iron plates in down here, I think. There they are. Straight shot. Almost straight. Is that really where they come from? Yeah, it is. It's not even that far away. Yep, cool. Logistics floors hide all the spaghetti. Thanks, buddy. Unfortunately, you need rubber again. I'll tell you what, we need to like name the ones that I've partially done. So I'm gonna label them with a P for partial. Otherwise I will fucking lose track. Right, so definitely we're making these, which is a different machine, and we want 8 of them. It is foundries, which will require concrete and the steel ingots we made. It's also the only place the steel ingots go. So, foundries. Just fucking plug that hole. Thanks, buddy. Blueprint, machine, foundry. Oh, whoops. Blueprint, machines, foundry, default, please. Right, so that comes in from here. So we're gonna go over to that third one again. Now it's 8 long. Do I 2 rows of 4? Nah. Boom. 8 of you it is. All fully connected already. Love that. Love that for you. Okay. Those are going to get turned into molded steel pipes. And we need 460 a minute. Over 8 machines, which is barely even any overclocking, but it's a little bit. Copy, boost, boost, paste, 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 paste. Done. Now the concrete needs to come from upstairs. But the other bit does not. So let's plug the steel ingots in right here. Grab that and just throw it down in any direction and replace that in a moment. As soon as we go find our steel ingots, which I think is those. No, these. No, these. Yeah. Which way do they go? That way? Okay, so they come up all the way over here. Thank you, logistics floors, again, because I need that to travel to the other side of the base. Whoops. Boom. All right, steel pipes are in. Concrete has to come from the train, and you are done, but not done, so partial. So why are you separated? Ah, because I'm making some of you with silica and some of you, right, because I'd run out of the other shit. So let's overclock them to get rid of 4 machines, so that's only 6. And we're gonna get rid of 2 of them, so they're only 6. So we're using 2 different recipes to make the same thing, purely because I don't have enough of the specific things to make everything out of one. This just seemed like the best way to do it. So that one's actually on the top floor. So I want these 2 at least, and probably that one on the second top floor. So the second one down. Which means I still have all those machines left to go. And I don't think they all comfortably fit on this floor or all comfortably fit on the next floor. And there's only that much space. So I only really want to make like 2 more floors. I only want to make 2 more floors. These are going to take up one on their own. All of these go on the next floor then. 8, 8, 12, 6, 6. Ooh, here's a better idea then. What if I make these on both floors, the 2 different recipes for this? 6 manufacturers on this floor, 6 manufacturers on the floor above it. They both head to the same place, so as long as I make them in line, there can be one line that vertically merges up from 2 floors. So I think that's okay. So you need the cable from just downstairs, and you're the only use for that cable. You also need a lot of fucking quick wire. You need this version of quick wire here, and that version of quick wire here. Logistics is the hardest part. So someone has to make 12 extra quick wire constructors somewhere. So we've already plugged in all of the quick wire we're using there. But we still have this quick wire, which comes out in 2 lines. So that is this one that handles all of that. So then I should build that on this floor where I use the quick wire that's already made. And then I'll make more quick wire on this floor to use them for following floor. So let's do that because I want the quick wire to be in line so it can use the same feed. So we need to make 12 constructors that make quick wire, which is going to be right there because that's where the ingots come from, right? Yeah, fuck yeah. If I need to make 12, that would probably be best to do in 2 lines of 6. How much does it end up being? Oh, so that's actually going to be split into 3 belts, which is fine because it's just 4 per. Which is also fine because a splitter off this one can go into 3. So that's works out. Okay, cool. Yo, constrictors, what you doing? Yo, what you doing? Excuse me. Build where I say, thank you. There we go. So if they come out in 4s, I'd love for you to face that way. I need how many? Fuck, I wish my memory is better. 12. They come out in 4s, so it's going to be 3 separate bits of quick wire to do 3 separate belts. But you could all be fed the same. You don't even need to split. So using the logistics floor then, right, we can do this and then just leave a gap and not connect them. And that way I can connect the ingots down through all 3 sections, but it can have 3 different belts that go up. So let's at least put them the same fucking way around. $10 meters. $10 meters. Now, that's the inside, so the ingot can actually just get fed along the whole way. Is this going to be the last direct use of ingots? Yes. Brilliant. Ingots of full. But these ones are going to need way more shards, because you're gonna have to make 1,680 over 12 machines. 1,680 divided by 12. Switch to it 233% each for 140 per minute per machine. Which ends up being only 560 a line. But to get less lines, you'd have to go to 6 machines, which is too many. So 3 lines it is. So there's the rest of our quick wire made, which is absolutely fantastic. We'll take this one out of completed. I mean, I could just build these 6 on the same line, like on the same floor, and then these 6 the floor above it, with also those machines and those machines and those machines. Then the last floor above that will only have these guys. Honestly, I guess you might as well do the heavy encased frames up the top too. So if I make that the top floor before the train, a bit of fucking overclocking. There you go. I like the idea of keeping them all to 6 machines. It's really just nice. So that would mean all of these would go on the next floor. So 6, 6, and 6, as well as 12 assemblers, which would be on the floor above me right now. Right, so like here, and then there's be room for one more floor for the extra machines, and then the top level. I think there's enough room. I think that's perfect, actually. Okay, well, I guess we need another floor. Copy. Hold. Line that bitch up. Pick how tall we need this one to be. 15 should be enough. Almost certainly will be. But while we're here, let's just make sure. That'll be 20 because this one's gonna have assemblers and blenders and shit on it, which manufacturers and whatnot, which are taller. Just fine. And then so's this one, which will be fine. And there's already a logistics floor there. Okay, so there's actually like a pretty big gap here. But honestly, that's fine. There can be a big gap there. There just doesn't need to be more room than this. So that's exactly where I have it now. Might as well have another 5. There you go. That's where that one will be. And then plenty of room, and I've already put the logistics on. All right, cool. Done. I should run out of concrete in just a second. Oh, fuck that one up. The fact that I'm not out of concrete yet is very suspect. We have to connect power anyway, so let's do that. Power. I only wish that I could hook up the power automatically in the blueprint. Is that the last one? Yeah, because I stopped actually just short up here. Perfect. Floor done. All right, power fully hooked up. While I'm here, since I've decided on the height of the next floor already, let's just run our power up to it also. I'm not going to bother building that. I want this open so I can fucking see and use it. Okay. So partials because they need stuff. Lots more partials because they need stuff. So I think we build out this floor with these. And then we build out that floor on the bottom. And then we have to go on a little train ride and hook up our 2 trains. There should be 2 trains coming here. One that's an aluminium only train that just fucking shoots back and forward with aluminium, and one that brings plastic, rubber, and concrete. Technically, I think they could maybe all go on one train, but this is a lot of aluminum to move. And I think I'd rather just yeah, I think I'd rather just like have it coming on a different train that just has one job: bring aluminium here. Then once this whole base is set up, we've got a problem, because I'm not making 1230 aluminium ingots. I'm pretty sure I'm making 900 aluminium ingots, so that's gonna be a small issue to deal with. But I think we deal with that issue when it's time to actually turn the machines on. Okay, so partial. Marsha. Okay. Let's start. Potentially we start at the end with 2 rows of 6 manufacturers. Instead of starting at this side like we normally do, I'm going to start up this side. Man, do I not even have like a multiple manufacturer blueprint? I don't, do I? Okay, well, all the machines start 3 tiles in. So what we'll want is some small gaps, because you have to be fed in 3 separate lines. So we put 1, 2, but then build H, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have to be separated caterium lines though. So I just make sure the caterium goes on top, and it won't need a lot of room. Just need it to be visually obvious. There's also like quite a bit of room though, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1 and 2, and then hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, and then 2. and then back a row, because technically you're making the same thing, but also no, you're not. You're making the same thing, but not the same way. Click over here until you're in line. Perfect. And you're coming in off 2 quick wire lines, so 1, 2, 3, and then hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now they start and end in the same place, but this one's got a little bit of a bigger gap in the middle because it's separated into 2 3s, and that is 3 2s. Okay. All right, so these ones are made relatively close, like front to back wise, and these are made a floor below that and further back. It also has to bring the silica from all the way on the bottom floor as well. So that'll be the one that goes at the back because it's separated into, yeah, that'll be fine. So you need to do the alternate recipe silicon high-speed connector. Which I definitely have, right? These are manufacturers, are they not? They are. I just don't have the thing. So one of them is running the silicon high-speed connector, and the other one is just running the high-speed connector. Okay. But I didn't see... They're both manufacturers though. Right, so this is the silicon high-speed connector down here. 30 divided by 6, so you're going to need 2 of those because you need to make 5 each. Copy. Paste. 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 And then the ones in front are going to do the high-speed connector, not the silicon high-speed connector. And I also need you to make 5 per. Just a little less overclocking. But you used 210 quick wire. That's fucking insane. Alright, so let's assume quick wire is going to come in the top. Okay, what do you use everything else? Fuck all. Absolutely fuck all. What do you use of everything else? Fuck all. Nothing that requires faster belts, that's for sure. Okay, so only the top bit requires the fastest belt. I am just connecting them all again, as if they're all in the one set. They're not, and this was very intentional. One line only feeds 2 of them. One line only feeds 2 of them. One line feeds 3 on this side. The next line feeds 3 here. $62 a minute times 3 is 180. So you're gonna need at least a Mark 3. Well, not at least. You're actually just going to need a Mark 3. No. $360, 300. Okay. You know what? You're all getting Mark 5s. I am just not sure what the fuck's going on. So instead of doing the math, we'll just run the fastest belt this time. I am now discovering why people said, yeah, you could just build like 1 pasta a minute and just like complete the things with it. Instead, silly Baylor was like, nah. What we could do is build fucking 7.5 pasta a minute instead of 1. Like, fucking maybe not though. maybe we don't fucking do that next time. Jesus. MK2 can work for the floor though. Technically an MK1 can work, but we're just not using that one. Cool, and same thing here. Both of these only require 3 inputs, not 4. So I'm just going to get rid of that one. A better player would have had a blueprint that was prepared to run 3 and a blueprint that's prepared to run 4. Not me though. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? I say let's run the wire first. So let's go butt up against that bit and then go back 1, 2, 3. Right. And then this is where the wire will come in. Which will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think. Okay. Fantastic. So you're just to the right of the center and back. Shit, was it 3 or 4? 3. Okay, so the first quick wires, 3 of them. They should be the quickest one that had to be, the largest one that had to be separated into 3 lines, which is this bit right here. So one, two, and 3. Stay MK5s. I actually just want you to go into the straight mode, I guess. Don't kiss. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Okay. Down you come. You can face that way. Down you come. You can face that way. And down you come and you can face that way. So that is those 3 belts. 1. The furthest outside one. The next furthest outside one. Go like that. And the third furthest outside one. Or alternately known as the inside one. Can go like that. There we go. Okay, and now for my next trick, we have to figure out where these holes are going to be. So let's do the exact same thing, same but different. 1, 2, 3. But you handle all 3 of those machines, and then here, 1, 2, 3, perfect. Go up there. Go there. Ooh. Awesome. I thought that might be an issue. That's fine. Luckily, it's a logistics floor, and we have a roof for a reason. Okay, so those are the 2 holes that the 900 split in 2 lines have to go through. Problem is, they're 2 floors down. Uh, 900, 112.5. Yep, that's the one. Here they are. So they're going to come onto this logistics floor, but they're not going to go straight up from here because that would be awkward. So on this logistics floor, they're going to come somewhere else and enter somewhere. So we might... Yeah, I think that's worth it. Let's do a belt in, but straight. And let's do another belt in, but straight. And then, what if I try and match these here, roughly, like that, and like this. Fucking perfect. Pretty sure that should line up with some spare space that isn't currently being used. Absolutely fantastic. It does. This is where you travel through this floor. And you get your very own fake floor holes. Not that anyone's ever going to look closely enough to notice they're not there, but I'll know. And I knew when I built it, and that's the problem. Okay, so I just have to get you guys all the way over there. That is your ending spot. And this is your starting spot. Honestly, that should be fine. Alright, you're just gonna pop up right here. And you're gonna face that way. And then you're gonna pop up right there. Facing that way. And I think that it would be neater to run lines straight from there. In the straight build mode, as far as you'll let me come, please. I fucking love logistics floors. Okay. No. That way. Ta-da! And now the quick wire is fully connected. Now, what else do you guys take? You take 30 of those each. And you take 360 silica. And you take 300 cable. Okay, so really important that I don't mess those two up. And the one at the back has to get the silica, so we should do that next. Right, I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. Next. Silica. Silica goes in the back one. So silica goes in here. And I would very much like it to go about there. And you only need the one input of silica because 375 silica does the entire row. So good, you come in on the outside of that. Perfect, that's what I was hoping. So you get to face down like that. Now I have to go find the silica. Whee! Which would be one of these two. I forget which one. This one. This one's the silica. Right here. Can you go through right there? No, absolutely the fuck no. I mean, it doesn't clip with anything, but I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it technically fits. It technically fits. But I mean, it wouldn't fit up here anyway. Honestly, I think it would if I just did like this. I think I could go all the way up, maybe from there. Yeah, I'm cool with a ladder being right there. Only problem is you come in there when I need you over there. That's actually not an issue because we'll put it that way. And then we'll put you there. And then I'll just run that belt like that. Logistics. Fantastic. But now you need floor holes. Yep, and that's the silica. Silica in. Okay, the next bit for the other machines is cable, which is not there and is not there. So this whole fucking thing, have I not made cable? Wait, I may not have made cable. Well, it's got a P under it, so I have. I've made cable. I just haven't brought over the rubber yet. There it is. I thought it was here somewhere. Okay, so this is my cable. I think we're just going to go up the one level here. Okay, that's our cable. So if I want the cable to go here, which I do, yep, then that's gonna put you right there, and you come up over there. That's fine, I think. Logistics. Go for a run, my dude. Yeah, could you jump those belts? Probably. Am I gonna? Nah. Run her straight. You should face the other way. Perfect. Cable connected. So you've both got cable, you've both got silica. So the next thing is that you each need 30 circuit board, which I'm making here on this level, not there, right here. I'm making it out of 6 machines. Oh, that's the steel pipe. Where am I making it? Here? Yes. So 10 per machine, 6 machines, circuit board. Okie dokie. We'll just face you that way on the logistics floor for now. So if I grab a splitter, I have it come in from here. I need at least that much space. At least we'll try to have it, like, I don't know, roughly centered. One in there, one in there, so you need exactly half of it each. Cool. Yeah, we're doing that. And you might as well run a 6 here. Or MK5 rather. I've tried real hard to stay off the roof because I think I will need to use the roof to bring all of the logistics around for stuff I'm bringing in from the train that'll have to head the whole way down. So I've tried to avoid the roof whenever possible so that I still have plenty of logistical room for the shit that has to head down from the train. Okay, so circuit board's the same. And that is one line, and it is sorted. Which means we take over here, we go complete, we take over here, and we go complete. Now, what else could I or should I run on this floor? Let's see. You're already at the top. Good old fused modular frames headed into my fucking depot or sink for now. So at least these two. The load balancing here is gonna suck. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. This load balancing is gonna suck. I need to make sure 7.5 per minute go upstairs and only the overflow go to the default. You know what? We don't load balance. We just send it all up top. And when they back up, the rest of them will go to the depot. That's fine, actually. I think we just do the same thing here. Send all the turbo motors upstairs and just have the overflow go to the depot and then, of course, to the sink. I want to have both of those items. I do not have them. So these two have to be on the top floor for sure. Since we're full of blenders and manufacturers, let's say that also goes to the top floor. Which means I actually only have these 3 machines to put on the floor above the floor I'm on right now. Wait, is there? Wait, no, there is actually only one more floor. There is actually only one more floor. Good. Okay, that's better. That means these 3 machines also have to go here on this floor. Okay, so it's 6, 6, and 6. 6 of everything. Cool. And these are all... That's an assembler, that's an assembler, and that is an assembler. Okay. So it's literally just 3 rows of 6 assemblers. So I put 1 there, and then 1 here, intentionally a little further away. Let's go the longest where it'll keep your line. Oh my god, you actually keep the line forever. That'll do. Alright, 6 in from losing the line. That way you'll be the same distance apart. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So much room for activities. Perfect. Actually perfect. Sorry. Okay. Let's start over this side with... We're gonna do encased industrial beams, alternate recipe. With the pipes. Yep. You're gonna have to do 37.5 total. I need 37.5 and I need them over 6 machines, which will be at fully overclocked. That doesn't track. Something's wrong. That would only give me, 60. Did I say 375? 37.5 over 6. You typed 67.5, did I? Right, okay. I was like, that doesn't, I was like, that's not math correctly. Still not. 37.5 divided by 6. There we go. That looks better. Ah. Okay. All right, those are done. Jesus Christ, Baylor, get your shit together. Okay, so the next one in line will be alternate recipe steeled frames. And I need you to make 30 in 6, which I believe is literally just 166%, but let's just do the thing again, but this time type correctly. 3 per minute. Okay, so I need 30 divided by 6. Yeah, 166, 5 a minute. Cool. By the way you've broken it down into sections and floors makes it more tolerable. Yeah, I always try and do that. It's a little, like, it becomes a little overwhelming, but I always try and figure out and then like roughly group, like this is a floor, this is a floor, this is a floor, right? And then you just start tackling them one floor at a time. And I don't know, it just becomes okay. I also like to do this. This is a thing that I just recently started doing that I really like, right? Where instead of having just a single, because this could be a single line, right? It could just be one water and one copper into one copper ingot into one constructor, right? But instead I was like, I need to break this down into manageable sections. How many different sections do I need? Right? And so I separated them into units that would take a full belt of copper instead. which is there's a full belt from a normal or a 600 from a perfect, because later on I'll be able to double those and add more if I need to, because you can take 780 but a perfect puts out 1200, right? So I don't want to balance my factory around having a 780 line, because then I can't just easily double it later, whereas normal nodes only spit out 600. So I'm just gonna take the 600 then, right? And so I built all my lines, even though they're the same thing. I just separated them into a bunch of different plants. That made it a lot more manageable, because that's what we see over there, right? That's what we see over here. It looks like a lot. It looks like a lot. Is it a lot? Yeah. It's a ton actually, and they're all running. It's running perfectly. But instead of it being difficult, each one of those lines where you see the little loop of water right there, each one of those is just one of these sections. And so it just becomes, oh, so I need 20 refineries, 1 line of ore, 2 pumps. And that's a section done. And then you just do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And then suddenly I'm done. And it's super well, clean, organized, all in a row. There's a little bit of a kink in that pipe that I'm annoyed by, but see that one pipe? But like, that's all the water's done over there. They all come out, and then the closest one just goes down. The closest one goes down. What? How? How? Oh, really easy. I can't count to 6. I only had 5 lines here, and I was like coming upon completion of the whole factory. And then He-Hulk was like, "Snub, that's not correct. That's you don't have 6. You can't count to 6, sir." So that last one was an addition. I had to just squeeze that bitch in. I did the same thing with my Caterium plant over here, because I knew how much Caterium ore I needed, and I knew that it would take too much from one node to handle. So I separated it into 2 floors. One floor is handled, and then the other floor is handled. So I get one Caterium vein that just goes into that floor, and the other Caterium vein had to come from the other side of the map. It's right there. It's that one. Caterium ore that goes in, and it handles this bottom floor. Just separate everything into manageable chunks. Where was the third one that isn't got anything on it? Heat sinks, right there. So the third one is heat sinks using alternate recipe heat exchanger, and I need 120 a minute. Heat exchanger, and I need 120 a minute. So 120 divided by 6. Boom. Each of you need to do 20, exactly 200%, so you need 2. Fantastic. Okay. Now we just gotta hook them all up, and they're all gonna be partials. No, this one's actually gonna get completed. Those two are gonna be partials. Okay, let's see. We'll just go one at a time. Steel plate, please. Steel pipe, please. Since the concrete is coming from above and the steel pipe is coming from below, we'll just put it in that way. And then we don't care what happens with this one. We're just putting that down so it's obvious. And then we go find where our steel pipes are, which I think are here. You should be going somewhere already. There are multiple places that need steel pipe, are there not? Yes, and they're both upstairs. Fantastic. Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna take that from the end. I'm just gonna go straight up. There's already quite a lot of logistics here. And there's not that much going on down here. And this is a single line. So I would almost rather bring it much closer. On this line right here. Like on this floor. Because there's a lot of space on this floor. But definitely offset from where everything else, like this is the entrance to the machines and I don't want to be that far back, but I can be relatively close like that. Okay, next problem though. Two of you need steel pipe, not one. So you need 16 steel pipe and you need 24 steel pipe. So you need significantly more over here than you need there. I don't think it'll matter. I don't think I need to balance that. Do I need to balance that? Right here is where I do load balancing if I need. Okay, let's have a think for a second. One side needs 16.6, basically 17. 16.6 though. The other side needs 37.5. So we can still rely on overflow. We don't have to perfectly balance this, but it is pretty easy to get it almost balanced. It's actually quite easy to get that almost balanced just on its own, right? So I take a splitter. It won't, will it be perfect? No, not perfect, but like I can get that so close by going, right? Which side was the side that needed less though? Whoops. That side needed less, right? Yeah. Okay. So that side needs less. So this is the laziest load balancing I've ever done in my life, but it'll work perfectly. Put a merger on the end here and we'll send 2/3 of it in there. and 1/3 of it back here. I mean, it's not perfectly balanced, but it's pretty close. And one of them will back up eventually anyway. That's pretty close. All right, so we're piped in. The next one is reinforced iron plates from this side. Now, reinforced iron plates, so we're just gonna stick this on the floor here, making sure it doesn't click into any belts, which it doesn't. I have absolutely no idea where they're gonna come from, but they come from down here. They might actually come from the floor below this. Unless they're this one. No, they're this one. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, all right, sure. So this is them. This is the reinforced iron plate. And they happen to be coming this way already. We are going to need to feed into whatever this machine is. Oh, we're already doing that from the other side. This is the stubborn end. Sweet. Okay, so what that means is that I can do this to here and then go up, and you'll be like somewhere close to where you want to be. There won't be a long logistics to do. There you are. Honestly, you could turn around and go straight. I nearly lined that up perfectly. Almost. Right, modular frames hooked up. So we just change that to completed. And this one to P for partial. Next one needs aluminum casing. Ah, I'd already split that. Oh, yo, I'd already split that. I split the aluminum casing when it was getting made. That's fantastic news. So heat sinks, you need aluminum casing and rubber. So same deal. Ooh. Oh, hey, that's the end, right? Yep. Okay. So specifically in the heat sink version, you're the one that needs 360. Ooh, that's not an ideal place for you to come down. I mean, technically you fit, but like there's no way. There's no way unless I could bring the aluminum casing in like here. I think that's just an inconvenient place. And there's tons of room up here, so we may end up moving where that comes in. But did I do that here? Did I do it on the floor below this? I think I might have to come up 2 floors. Here you are. $180 twice, that's 360. Okay, so I mean that's the one. I'm almost sure that there's not much right out here already on this floor. Fantastic. So this floor is great. There's plenty of room for logistics to move. That floor is a little bit empty. This one's not great. What if we just came in like here? How's that look on this floor? Absolutely the fuck not. I think we'll just come back. Yeah, I think we'll just come back. That's why we left so much room to begin with. Like here? Yeah, we just come back to there. You kidding me? How dare you, actually? Okay, sure. Still avoided using the roof on any platform because the roof on all of our logistics floors is for the other stuff that has to go down from the train. Perfect. Let me join you right there. put in our fake floor hole because this is on a production floor. And so it's real. And so it needs to look like it actually has a home. Whew. We do the same thing with plastic there. Oh, that's a problem for letter. That'll be your aluminum casing, and that will be your rubber. Your reinforced iron plates and your steel pipe. You're finished. And you've got your steel pipe, but you need concrete still. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Where are we over here? So that one gets a P because it's partial. And complete and complete and complete. Partial there because you need concrete. Which means our next floor only has these 3 machines. And the sinks that will deal with the depot and excess. And then we have to start training in other shit. We have to deal with that stuff because everything inside this base is done. Although this one right here, that's going to be annoying because I have nitrogen gas nearby. It needs a pretty decent amount, enough that I'm not bringing over packaged nitrogen gas. It needs a pretty damn good amount. But I have not ran the nitrogen gas into the building yet. So that's fine. Next floor it is. And we hit disenchant, change it to blueprint mode, middle click on our floor so that we can copy it. And we start building our last floor. Oh, yep, that's fair. There's a lot of concrete I'm using at once. It's all right, we'll hook up power for a little bit and then we'll come back and do the other floors. Grab that power line. How dare you? We need to go 3 more forward still. Two more? 2 more. That's it. Concrete, come on. Come on, concrete. Alright, I've decided concrete's getting an extra depot. It already has 3. Apparently 3 depots is not enough for concrete. Three is not enough apparently. Have you tried using less concrete, Baylor? No. Silly idea. Let's check the height here, make sure that was good enough. Yeah, that's very nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Yoink. Perfect. The final floor. Okay. So there are only a total of 3 different machines to be built up here. I'd almost like to, I did like the group of 6. So what if we overclock those a little bit as well? And then these, it could actually be under, they could just be 100, and then there's, that way there's 4. You don't come in from multiple places, do you? No. There we go. So now it's 6, 6, and yeah, now it's 6 and 6 and 4. But the frames have to go at the behind this one. This one needs the quartz crystals that come from the absolute bottom floor. These are the high-speed connectors we're making directly in front of us. And these which we've hooked up but don't have stuff from the train yet, but we've at least hooked them up. This one needs the same casings. And that goes into that machine. Okay, so they have to be in that order basically. This one should be at the front of the factory. This one behind it, and this one at the rear. But when I say front of the factory, I would actually like to leave room for a depot and 2 depots and a sink. Ah. So this this top floor actually comes out significantly further than my factory does, because I decided instead of overclocking these machines, because they look so fucking cool, that it would just be better to build 15 of them instead of overclocking them. I don't know if that was the right call. I do not know if that was the right call. But I do know that that means that each one of these 5 feeds 3 machines. And so they're hooked up right there. Wait, sorry, feeds 3 machines. So they're hooked up right there like that. As it says purpose? Yeah, the purpose is looking cool. They're just, the machines look so fucking cool. Like, how could I not just build more of them if that's an option instead of overclock them? And then those two, that and the feeder machine for them, they can just get like the whole fucking floor is just dedicated to just that. No more rather than overclock. It does mean I can overclock them later if I need to, which I've been through this before, but I could up production by 50% relatively easily once I have new belts. I have intentionally put these in the depot and then into the sink at a higher rate than what I need. So I would only need 7.5. So I would take half of these and add them back in here, right? And then I am also making extra fused modular frames, exactly 50% more than what I need. I don't think I need fused modular frames in my depot, but I'm going to be putting them there anyway. And that is the only two things. The whole factory is built to be 50% more. The reason I can't do 50% more is over here. There just isn't enough copper or room for water for me to do that until I have upgraded belts. When I get upgraded belts, there are 3 pure nodes that I'm using right here. 3 out of my 6. That could all become 1200s. And that would be as simple as using the blueprints I already made to put on 3 new lines of refineries over there. And so that's it. I put on 3 new lines of refineries. I take those out of the sink. I take half of those out of the sink. I overclock these machines appropriately, and I overclock these machines appropriately, and we can get 50% more production at any point, but we need the new belts for it to be real. What are those loops? They are the new machine called the particle accelerator, which you unlock in this phase, and this is the first thing that uses it. Okay, so let's work slightly backwards. I would like to have that gap in front for the sink and the depot and the splitters and the priority mergers and priority splitters that have to be there and shit like that. So we'll start on the second one back with you. Ooh, or do we set this up slightly differently? Since they need to come from the bottom and that gas needs to come in from the side. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So if I take my manufacturer and instead of running it the way I've been running it, what if I run it this way? Again, 3 whole tiles off the edge, so there's plenty of room, right? Okay, so the problem with that is that everything goes backwards. It goes in and out that way. Honestly, it's only 6. It's very easy to change, and the blueprint isn't connected anyway. So let's just do it. so we go like this, control, and then we hit G, and we just take all these splitters off. Or do we? Yes. Yes, we do. And I'm more like Power Muncher, am I right? Well, I mean, I haven't ran them yet, but at least according to my plan, yes, they do use quite a bit of power. Okay, while we're here, same deal. I like leaving that one off. I don't know why, I just do. Then we put our splitters back in, right? But going that way instead, I can just click you on and click you on, and that doesn't work, does it? Do you not let me like click onto the edge of the belt like that? Does that connect? Oh, even if it does, it doesn't look right. And I don't think I like it. Okay. Well, that's gonna be unfortunate. You have to start again. That's didn't like how that looked. Okay. Let's try that again. Three tiles in. That's where everything else is. Gives you plenty of room. Also 3 tiles in that way. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, same thing. G, get rid of these. And then instead, we'll just get rid of the stubby belts. And we'll just not use the bottom floor. And that way, in doing that, I can run splitters in the direction I want, straight off the edge of these lifts, and they will all click on and be in line, and that'll be the 3 that I want, but going the opposite way to what I normally have them. Perfect. Perfect. They're all hooked up. Right, and you guys are gonna make turbo motors in neither of those. that one? No. That one. Yes. Thanks, buddy. Wait. Yeah. Radio control unit. Radio control unit. Yep, cool. That one. And you need essentially 30 over 6 machines. So you're gonna go 533%. Yep, that makes sense. All right, let's look these babies up. What is your problem? Oh, I clicked the right. I was like, what? No. Ah, fuck. Ah, you're a piece of shit. Oh no. Can I do anything about that without having to rebuild the whole thing? I mean... Fuck. That doesn't work. Right, so that means I built my whole thing out intentionally with like fake lifts to make them all like stick out at the right height and whatnot. I didn't use these. Okay, look, this is what I get for trying to be fancy, I guess. That's what I get for trying to be different. All right, fuck you. Build you facing out like we're supposed to. It's either that or I make a new blueprint to flip it around the weird way. And I'm not going to do that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. See how much quicker and easier that is when I do it the way it's fucking designed. instead of whatever the fuck I was doing. Okay. So the other side wants blenders. Should we load the blueprint and edit it from there? Yes. The problem is to build this blueprint was like a ton of, like, to get this all connected out from the machine properly essentially meant you had to take a splitter, right? And then you have to like put two on top and then delete that one and then make sure they're all the right way and then connect that line and then take this one, make it really close, put three on top of each other, delete those two, right? And then connect that lift. And you have to go through that for the whole thing, and it just seemed like a pain in the ass. I can just have it face out. Who cares? There's plenty of room. What the fuck have I done here? Is this the only blueprint? I mean, that's my blended fuel recipe, which is not what I want. I hate that. I mean, it worked for what I was doing. Do I not have another blender? I did not have another blender. Do I bother to make one? Let's just see. How hard are you? 2 virtuals and a gas? 2 real items and a gas. I'll just make it by hand. That's fine. Easy. I'm gonna face it that way. We're gonna get the bitch lined up so it's lined up in the same line as this thing is, which I think is, yep, right there. So I want it against that line on my thing. And we're gonna come in 3 whole foundations. God damn, that's so much. That's so much room. Honestly, it's so much room I might go in a 4th foundation. Yeah, let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Okay, so because I've had issues, I think I can actually build little pillars. You will temporarily need 2 more, although those 2 can get deleted. Okay. Now, gases behave much better fluids. So I probably don't need to do this. I almost certainly don't need to do this because apparently gases behave significantly better than fluids do. But one of the tricks I learned, at least for fluids, is that if you end up with like a tiny buffer on both sides, it stops all the slushing, it stops all the back, it stops everything. It stops every problem you've ever had. Like, as long as you got all the math on, you know, what it's supposed to be correct. And just having that buffer on both sides fixes everything. And I don't really know why, but it does. Okay, so nitrous gas is gonna go in. So we're gonna make that like that. Gas also doesn't need to be fed in from above like this. But I've just gotten sort of into the habit of like everything in a pipe comes from up. If everything in a pipe comes from up, it just seems to work. Everything seems to work. Yeah, I thought that was wrong. Oh, that's not right, is it? Yeah, it looks fine. So is that. So is that. Fantastic. Pineapple, how you doing? We don't need that anymore. And we don't need that anymore. Those two were temporary. Except that one. That one was supposed to be there. Okay, so a needle pulling thread. So that is nitrogen gas. So it's gonna get it doesn't actually matter which side I bring the nitrogen gas in from at all. Just matters that I do bring it in. Okay, now where is this nitrogen gas? All the way over there. Best way to do that I can think of. Clear this, don't need that. Remove that stamp, put any stamp right on top of the fucking nitrogen. And then highlight that stamp. So we're headed that way. Hello friends. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to make way for nitrogen gas. Yeah, all right, sure. Hi, friend. Well, I've probably already been in here to collect whatever the fuck it is. Nope, I'm gonna get distracted. I don't know what this wall's about, but there's a wall there. There's supposed to be that many chunks of the wall? Where are the fucking spiders? You know spiders want to jump out at you here, right? Those aren't spiders. What I do? Okay, sure. There's a fucking spider. You piece of shit. Well, that's just leading me back out. That's also just leading me back out. Okay, so there's 3 ways into this cave. While I'm normally okay with 3 ways, there was only one pink bug in there. Now I gotta find where my pipe is. So if I want to keep piping this gas, I'm gonna go find my pipe. Satisfactory, the king of distractions. Ah, there it is. I see it. Wee. Hey, hey, not through the tree. There's a hostile somewhere. Game's wanted me, but I don't see any mobs. Fucking someone's here. Oh god, not those. How's it going? Fantastic. I don't know if I'm going to get up to 100% efficient operation out of my factory today, but I am going to get some nuclear pasta built. I have a small dick. Alumina problem is the way that I was gonna finish that sentence. Heard it was super difficult to get. I mean, it's probably the hardest thing I've made so far, but it probably would have been a lot easier if I decided to make like one of it, like was suggested to me. It was suggested to make either 1 or 0.5 per minute. That was the running suggestion. I'm making 7.5. Oh, it must be up there. It is. Hello, friend. Okay. Where's the game jam? Got a working skill tree. Possibilities with a few upgrades. Nice. Is it as fun as it sounds? Not the game, the whole thing, the whole idea of a game jam seems really fun. So pure gives me 120. I need 280, but let's just assume that I need more. So if I go ahead and put a second pure down, that's 240. If I go ahead and put a third pure down, that's 360, which is technically more than I need. Let's go ahead and take this normal one as well, because like, why not, right? Needs more Vespian gas. Okay, that should be significantly more than I need. Is there literally any point in putting like pumps on these things? Like they don't do anything, right? I don't think. Uh-oh. Oh, don't do that. I want back up there, please. Oh, perfect. I want to back up there with this. Love it. Thank you. Really? Oh! Okay, so you don't get to go all the way to the floor in one go, which is slightly sad for me, but it's fine. We'll just put this on, grab that, we'll go into horizontal to vertical mode, and we'll just jump off the edge. Surface is too uneven. Oh, there it is. It'll go right there. Perfect. Perfect. And now it's connected. And in theory, about 180 more gas per minute than I require is pumping into my facility. You can't have too much of it. It's fine. It's not like it's gonna overload the machine, right? Like, I'm probably never coming out there to collect the rest of that gas. So I figured I might as well just, you know, have more than is necessary. Specifically, I've got a little bit over 50% too much because of the whole I could up my production by 50% easily thing. Better keep the gas in line with that also. I also think there's absolutely no point in this double buffer thing that I did, which is something I really like to do for fluids whenever possible. Which is have a buffer somewhere that could have been at either end, but then like one at the other side to like stop sloshing and shit. But like gases don't really have any of these problems, so I probably didn't need to. I'm just sort of in the habit of always having that little buffer at the end and always having pipes that drop in from above. None of that matters for gases. It just doesn't matter. But, you know. You run out of iron and coal nodes before you run out of nitrogen. That's what I thought too. Like, I don't know that I'll ever come back here, so I might as well just have the pipe more full. Like, who cares, right? And there's already plenty. There's already some in the pipes all the way up here. Already starting to fill this guy. Ta-da. Okay, what are you even making? All I know was that I needed nitrogen gas. Oh, that's right. Is it the regular recipe? Oh, it is. Okay. So alumina casings are going to come from above, but I don't know how they're all going to get routed yet. So I can't really do those, but I can know for sure that alumina casings are going to use a lift. They're either going to use a lift and they're coming from that floor, or they're going to use a lift and they're coming from the fucking roof. I don't know, but either way they're going to use a lift. Which means the 4 machines that make my heavy encased frames are the next ones. And I think the final set of machines that I have to build, although there is still plenty of logistics to do. So copy that. And paste, and paste, and paste, and paste. Alright, so the final one is 4 manufacturers that also feed that thing. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, those fused modular frames have to be overclocked slightly. Hold on. Just a little bit, because you have to make 11.25 over 6 machines. Right, cool. Okay, so they get so everything for you gets fit in from this side, which I love. The blueprinter in the next phase will let me set up neat blueprints of these that have room to auto connect. Like I could probably build 2 at once and actually have them auto connecting. There's just not enough room in my blueprint for the way I wanted it. Okay, so you guys make which recipe? Alternate encased frames. It says you need no overclocking. You just happen to make the exact right amount. I That can't be right. 11.25 over 5 machines. Over 4 machines, sorry. It's 2.81. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, cool. Okay. So, 3 of the 4 things we have already. So what moves the most amount of anything? Steel pipes? Steel pipes moves the most amount of anything? Cool. And steel pipe come from heavy framed, or the frames. So modular frames need to come up, and so do steel pipes. Interesting. How dare you? Shit, I don't remember which one's steel pipe. Huh. Steel pipe has to go 3 ways, not 2 ways. I'm stupid. Okay, so my load balancing is shit. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. is starting to rain. And by rain, I mean pour. Oof, alright, what was I fucking doing? I was in the middle of setting up this. So we need, right, steel pipe and encased beams. Okay. So steel pipe and encased industrial beams. So if we look here, what's up? Okay, so iron pipes. So I made a small mistake because there are actually 3 things that need iron pipes, not 2 things. They are roughly even, which is fantastic. Roughly even, but means half of the steel pipe should go there, and then the other half should get split between these 2. And I messed that up a little bit, which I messed up, I think here. Yeah, so this is where my steel pipe comes out, right? And so I've got half of it, or 2/3 of it, rather, going to encased industrial beams currently. But what I actually want is essentially half of it going there, and then the other half to get split. So that's fine. That's an easy fix, right? So this is where it comes out. Instead of spending 2/3 of it there, we send half of it there, and then we split this one. And we take half of it. Oh, better yet, we don't even bother to split it. No, we don't. We split it. So if we put the modular frames up right here, right? Because they'll need to go somewhere, probably that way. And what I should be able to do is put them out there. And pull them in there. So that should be great. Easy fix for that. It's just a slight logistical snafu. doesn't look right. Okay, so those are all the modular frames. Okay, so we don't actually want that there. What we want is to actually use the hole properly. And then go here. And that is already 2 of the things that I need. That is already 2 of the things that I need. The third thing I need is encased industrial beams, which come from right the fuck here, and is also the only place encased industrial beams go. Fantastic. That gives us 3 of the 4 things that are coming in here. With concrete being the only one that's not accounted for. Which is fine, because that needs to be shipped in. So the concrete is going to come from upstairs. So let's just go 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2, 3. One. Oh, no, not like that. And then 2. And then 3 can come in from there. Which gives me almost. Alright, that is good. That's 3 of the 4. You're fed in. Some mergers in the front. Because guess where you go? Straight that way. Okay, so the question is, with such a low quantity, I don't think, like when the quantity's that low for throughput, I don't think manifolds are good. So if we're going to 6, then we just go 1 to 3. Yeah, okay. So I do not like manifolds for quantities this low. So we put a splitter there, and we put a splitter here. And then you go 1, 2, 3. You go to the closest, it's fine. And you go 1, 2. Nah, it really bothers me, actually. I've decided it really bothers me. It has to go on the same side of every machine. Okay, and then we go splitter again in the middle. It comes back a little bit. You split to there, and you split to there. Which means this is the line in. I don't even mind coming all the way around this pillar. So those merge up on the way over, go for a little trip, and they become a load balanced system. Because I think conservatively it might take 6 or 7 hours for these machines to boot up properly if I did it in a manifold instead of that. It's just not good enough. The quantities are just too low. That has to be split. Manifold everything always. I mean, this uses heavy modular frames which stack to 50, and it uses 1.8 a minute. And there are 6 machines. If I manifold that, it will take, I don't know how many hours. Probably actually, because it's going to start using and then it'll use the second. I think it might be like 30 something hours for the system to boot up properly if I manifold it. We load balance here. That's just, you've gotta. It's not that hard. There's plenty of room, and it's just 1 into 6, which is really easy. You just split in half and then split into 3s. That's very, very easy. Yeah, math is for nerds. This whole fucking game is for nerds. Autistic nerds. That's the whole game. That's the target audience. It's me. I'm the target audience. It's autistic nerds. That's the whole thing. So you're partially completed and you're partially completed. You're actually completed already? And you're actually completed. No, you're partially. Because I don't have the copper. Excuse me. I don't have the copper shoved up there yet. Fuck. Also, how the fuck am I going to split the copper? Once reset my game halfway through it because the factory wasn't grid snapped and it drove me nuts. Yeah, that's fair. Once I found out about grid snapping, there's been twice that I have forgotten to snap to the grid, and I have deleted both of those all the way back to the ground and started again as soon as I noticed. So I was like, well, that doesn't work. Can't do that. Okay, so this one needs the heat sinks. Can't use those yet. I do have that machine hooked up though. So I can actually fully hook up that machine. And I would count that as completed, even though we don't have the aluminium over here yet. Yeah, let's do that. So that would be these guys on this side. You're never connecting all your factories anyway, so you won't see it. I mean, you do often connect your factories though. Especially if they're like close factories. Like it wouldn't matter if like one biome was set and everything was like this or whatever. But like this factory to this factory to that factory, like that, if they're not all on the grid, that's fucked up. Right? Like they need to all be on the grid. Also, I just really enjoy this bit right here. Because my highways didn't connect perfectly. Yes, exactly. Each one of these belts has 750 on it, which is like just shy of what a full belt can take, so there's like an occasional gap. Hey, look, we also manifolded these because belt, yeah, it looks so cool. No, it's in the next phase. Quickest belt is in the next phase. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Halfway through 6. And one tile in the center. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Edge of 6 in the center, one tile in. So if I grab this, I put it right there, right? You can send that, yeah, it's copper powder. And then we just go yoink. No, that was that not the perfect position for that? Come on. That is the perfect position for that, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. In the center there. Oh, oh, there it is. Hi, friend. Why do you clip like that? Why do you do that? Will you always do that? What if I go one further? Oh, wait. There. Oh no. It's gonna go through my manufacturer. Right? No. Okay. Okay. New plan. Fucking kill yourself. No. New plan. Right, so everything is fine there. So what if we go 1, 2, 3 and just put it directly in the center? Right. 1, 2, 3 directly in the center, like this. Yeah, that clears it. Perfect. Because that is the quartz crystal, which will be one of the 2 things needed. What do you need on quartz crystal? 60 per minute per machine. That's perfect. But I would like to then, if that were the case, could I like there's a weird place for that to be, but is that the exit side? Fuck, you need to be all the way over the other side. Oh no. Bad news. I actually need you to just come to the logistics floor. That's unfortunate. What did I say? 1, 2, 3 in directly in the center? Perfect. Didn't realize you had to come to the logistics floor. Thought you were coming in this way. But you're not. You're coming in over here. Which means, hopefully, right there. Plenty of room. Fantastic. I might even face you that way. Well, fuck that one up. There's meant to be train track pillars. Those are not for my train, that's for my belt. I have a little belt highway that comes from there to there. 3 belts on it. Those are my trains and they float intentionally. My trains float. I could do a better job, I think. But they have like floating platforms on them and like fans running and like they're supposed to be in the air. But yeah, that's my belt highway that brings 3 belts from that side to this side. Just kind of experimenting with different ways to move belts that aren't like... I'm really not loving when I have to move a belt like a third of the way over a biome and they just fucking end up looking like this. I just don't. So I'm just experimenting with different ways of like, how would I move a belt around? Like if I wanted to, if I want to transfer my belts places, what do I do? I did highly consider getting a few trucks to just like run the dunes. I just don't trust a few trucks to transport all of my copper. But I did really consider just using a few trucks to like just drive over the dune desert back. We didn't go with it, but it was heavily considered. Okay, we're actually just gonna have to turn around and run this the whole way back, because somebody, I'm not gonna name names, it was me, did not do a really good job of planning. I just need a push-pull train, so I'm stoked for it. I didn't run a push-pull train. It just wasn't long enough. It was just the bases were too close. So I put this together instead. I don't know if I love it, but I did this instead. I made myself a little fucking like glass box to bring eventually the copper, obviously, and also the Caterium. And I just sort of ran it across. Although right now the copper's going into a sink, or more importantly, 2 sinks. It just didn't seem far enough. But a push-pull, maybe a push-pull train would be cooler. Like maybe like a similar height, just fucking run a push-pull train would be cooler. Push-pull trains are a lot smaller than like regular train stations and shit too. I haven't actually built one yet, but like like a push-pull train is like, it's just going to be this simple, right? Oh wait, hold on, sorry. You need a railway track, right? The fuck just happened there? A push-pull train is literally just right, one of them, and I would need 2 freight cars, because I'm transporting 2 different kinds of material. So I'd want to put all my copper in one and the caterium in the other, right? And then on the other side you do this. You just face it the other way. It becomes the same train, but you face it the other way, and you build your station that way too. You put a station, 2 freight platforms, and another station. And it'll just, and then just one straight line, and it'll just come in, offload on this side, drive back the other way. That's it. I think you put these buffer stops on the end of the track so that in no point can it ever run off. And that's it. That's the whole thing. Honestly, maybe that would look cooler than my little belt highway. Right? It really doesn't take up a lot of space. Like, it really, really doesn't take up a lot of space. It's just one straight track, and then it goes straight into the little station, and it goes straight into a little station at the other side. And maybe that would just be cooler than whatever the fuck this is. Okay, so that was the quartz. I keep getting distracted. So the next thing after the quartz is we've got heat sinks, and so we need to move our heat sinks and also our high-speed connectors. And that's it. That's it. There's only 2. So our high-speed connectors are both of these. That was a tiny little reminder you left yourself on the right side of the stream. Yeah. Well, I needed to take that out whenever I'm next building cooling systems. I want to intentionally design that system to have excess for my pocket, because right now I've built cooling systems twice, and both times I've built the exact amount of cooling systems I needed, and there are none for my pocket. It's on a real thing. Looks like it was designed and built by toddlers. Cool. Show me yours. It better be better. Boom. Okay, so that's those gathered. Those are my high-speed control units, which I need to go all the fucking way over there. Sorry, was that not fucking far enough? There we go. Perfect. Now, were heat sinks also getting made here? Fuck yeah! It's almost like I planned it. Well, I mean, I planned it slightly badly, but I planned it. Okay, so that's that and that's that. So those are there. And those come out the other side. So we will use some more holes again. Some floor holes again, rather. And I think that we're just going to do them like that. And like that. And I'm going to put the little fucking thing in the middle. Heat sinks on that side. Quartz on this side. That would be... Actually, it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Both just go in one of those holes, please. This is a any hole's a goal. Any goal's a hole. Any hole's a goal. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Double check those are heat sinks again. Yep, cool. Ta-da! Perfect. So this splits. Them. There's still one. When you're using a wall hole, they're split. If you're using an actual floor hole, that entire lift is only one side. If you're faking the floor hole, which is something I do a lot of, then it's still one lift. Just in case you haven't seen faking the floor hole, you can actually just like put it up multiple stories or whatever, or to wherever you want, and then you can just sort of like throw that floor hole in so that it like looks proper. It looks indistinguishable, but it's not really a hole, and so it's all one lift. It's just a little fake floor hole. Yeah, I use a lot of those. Excuse me. Indistinguishable. Okay, well that's those three. Which, as far as I'm concerned, makes radio control units completed. So we haven't dealt with the splits for the sinks yet, or sending them upstairs to this part, but I guess we could do that now, right? Let's do that too. So I was thinking that the best place to do the load balancing would be below me. Okay. So don't fucking be half off. That's such a pain. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so those are the 5 things. There are 2 things that need to be load balanced equally between 5. And I have this whole floor to do only that. Right? So let's work out how that looks. Let's work out how that looks, but like in the open somewhere. Just so let's see. We've got it off one line and off two lines. So let's start with the two lines. We have two lines of copper powder, and they actually need to be load balanced between 5 machines, which is awkward, but it means that they each need to feed 2.5 machines. So we split. So the only way I can feed 2.5 machines is to say it needs to be split into 6 to begin with, right? So each line would have to go like this, right? Or whatever. Gonna be fucking too steep. No one cares about clipping right now. Okay, well, apparently you can't make them that close. Get rid of that too. Okay, so one line. Now it feeds 2, but it's got half a left over. So we can't do that. I can't take from here because that would be splitting it in thirds. But there's half of one of these lines left over. So what you could do is say 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, right? And then the 6th one gets put back into a merger at the front. Right? I mean, obviously that would come in from the side or whatever, not from, like, it would be that way. Like, let's just put it in. Right, so we're returning, so this would be the main line for copper powder coming in, right? We can't remerge like this though. We cannot remerge like this because there's already 750 on that line. So that can't actually be the way I fix it. Right, okay. So different way. We then go merger, right? We take these two and obviously we make it neater than this, right? But we would take those two and we take those two. Those feed a machine each. This one gets merged with the other line. No, because there's still an uneven amount. That's still not right. Because this is split into 3. It has to be split into 3 for it to be equal, but it also has to be merged back in if I do that. Okay, how am I going to do this actually? Two lines equally split between 5 machines. How am I going to do that actually? I can't use a merge loop because the line already has 750 on it, and it can only take it can only take 780 because that's all I've got. So let's just say, so what happens if we split it into 3, right? Can we remerge from that many? Oh, I did not consider this part at all. Right, so I could turn them all into 9. I could turn them all into 6 or 9. I can never merge back to here though. So this needs to be 2.5 machines. This is not even. So the problem is I have 2 even lines of copper ore, of copper powder. I have 5. Sorry, I have 15 machines. Oh, this is just me laying out like, I'm just trying to figure out how I split 2 even lines into 15 machines, right? Like how the fuck do I load balance that? That's 9, 13, 14, 15. So I just need there to be one more set here. Okay, let me think for another minute then. I have a logistics floor downstairs to work all this out on too. Like I don't to like run it all on, so it won't be ran up here either. Or it could be if I decided it looked cool enough, but the more important bit is just figuring it out, right? Like I don't know how I'm gonna do that. So there's 15 machines, so it could also be 1 into 7. If I think about it that way, that might be better. I mean, the input is just 100 per minute per machine. There's 750 on a belt, which means each belt has to supply 7.5 machines. Has to supply 7.5 machines each belt. It's not enough. Oh my god, how much do I have to split this to get to a reasonable number? Okay. So I could. It'd be very easy to load balance into 3 even lines instead, right? Instead of having 2 lines, I could very easily load balance 2 lines into 3 even lines, right? By just split 3 on each line and then merge 1 from each belt, right? So then I would have 3 belts. Then I would have 3 belts that had 500. So then it would be, if I did that, it would be 1 into 5. And that should be a lot easier because I can load balance that, right? I can do this. Right, let's just say this would be 1 line, right? And we'd go into 6, right? But then the 6th one would balance back in here, right? That's manageable because if I split my belts from 2 belts into 3 belts, which is easy to do, then there'll be less on, which means I can use a return merger to balance equally. What the fuck is that? Oh, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to not load balance at all. You're trying to just run an injection manifold. No, thank you. These are particle accelerators. They need load balancing. But I think I just did it right here. I think that's it. Because it's very easy for me to split my 2 belts into 3 belts, right? So like separately. If I have my 2 belts and then I just go, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Now all I do is I merge those 2, right? And then the next merger merges that one and that one, and then the next merger merges that one and that one, and now I have 3 equal belts. And if I do that, 3 into 5 is easy. 3 into 5 is easy because we just loop like that. Right, because then this belt doesn't end up being the belts don't end up being 500 because they're 750 now. So if you divided by 3, they're 250. But then you times 2, they end up being 500 a belt. Right? They end up being 500 a belt. But then you can't split 5 ways 500. You can only split 6 ways 500. So you just split this one back and it should balance itself back out. Because that one comes back to the merger because there's room on it now. The reason it was a struggle before is because my belt is only 780 and there's already 750 on it, so I couldn't use a return like that to do the balancing. It wouldn't let me return it, right? Because the belt was already full at that stage, or nearly full. It only had 30 extra, right? So I couldn't do that. I couldn't return. But if I do that thing to split it into 3 instead of 2, then we can use the return and that should work. And that should, in theory, solve my copper problem. I had not thought about how I was going to evenly distribute these between the particle accelerators until just now when I went, uh-oh, they need to run 2.5 machines each. What do I do? But I think this is sorted now. I think I got that planned out. Right, hold on one moment. Jesus Christ. Ah. By the way, why do you want to load balance? A manifold cannot work. Honest, I want to load balance because I want everything on this floor to be flowing all the time. That's why. So like I plan to put like the hole for the copper, maybe for each machine, like probably here, right? And I'll color them correctly. But essentially, I think I need MK3. I plan to feed the machines like this. Or something along that nature. I don't know, I feel like the particle accelerators deserve proper work, right? And I want it to just all flow all the time. That's also why I've got these guys up here doing the pressure conversion cubes, because I want them to like, I want to see them all going into the machines. So there's fucking 5 of those. Okay, well now I know how I'm gonna do the copper. I do not need these anymore. That'll probably be the last thing we bring up anyway. I just really needed to work it out. Basically, as soon as I realized it was going to be a problem, I was like, uh-oh. I won't mind so much if these ones here aren't load balanced. In fact, maybe we don't even have those showing, because then I don't have to worry about them, right? Because that's a lot of work. If I try and load balance everything there, that's a lot of work. I could just put the lifts here, right, and have only the particle accelerators require the work. Particle accelerators deserve it. Everything else, whatever. It's actually not very often that I load balance things. I generally just manifold anything. This is being load balanced for aesthetic reasons. And then there's one more down here. This is getting load balanced because otherwise it would take 20 something odd hours to start up fully. Because the heavy modular frames, each machine only uses 1.8 of a minute. So if I didn't load balance those, it would take about 20 hours to boot up properly. I was like, all right, fair enough. We'll load balance that bitch then. My bad. Okay, so I mean, the thing is, it would be super easy to load balance all of those anyway. It's 1 into 5. Into this turn of production. You should do the, oh, well, you're the one that linked this bullshit, which I've done this before, where if it's a really big manifold, I'll just split the line into 3 and then like roughly a quarter in join the other one, and then a little over halfway in join the third one on, just so it like speeds up a little bit. But I do tend to use those everywhere. I have fucking lost the plot. I've done nothing useful in the last 20 minutes. I haven't done anything. Okay, so we don't need to load balance these machines. They're actually like free to load balance, right? Because there's these ones down here, right, are 5 into 15, right? So that's free. You just split 1 into 3 on every one of them. And that's it, you're done. Wait. These aren't even... That's not right. There's not 5, there's 6. And they go into 5 machines. Fuck! So what's the best way to make that boot up as quick as I can? I want it to boot up as quick as I can. I think I hate it. They're all wrong. Oh, I know what to do. I don't know if this is genius or horrible, by the way. I don't know if this is genius or horrible. But I want it all to at least turn on as quick as possible, even if it's not 100% capacity right away. Right? Like, it's fine if it's not 100% capacity right away. I want it to turn on so that I know that at least something is getting everywhere. So, here's the thought. It's terrible. Nah, it's wrong. Nah, it's wrong, right? Like, it's wrong? Is there a way? I was thinking, nah, there's no way. There's no way. They're just gonna have to be manifolded. Sort of. I can at least split it. I can at least split it in half so that they boot up quicker. That's the best I can do, I think. And how to do that would be like this. Right? Opening machines? No. There is not. So, if we go like this, right? Three of them get merged, they get split into those three. Three of you get merged. The acute among you will have already seen the problem, but don't worry, I'm going to fix it. This is like a hybrid. This is like a hybrid. It's a manifold load balancer. Those three can split, but they only go to those two. So then what do? We use a smart splitter here. We program it so that it only goes forward and it only overflows right. And we put an extra merger here right? And then we just merge that up. So those 3 machines will fill that one, those 2 first. These 3 go into 3, but don't quite have enough to run those 3. But these have too much to run those 2. So if I just do it like this, then it's a hybrid, but it'll boot the whole system up a lot quicker. It just won't be 100% efficient, right? Oh no, it's terrible. It's terrible and I'm wrong. No, 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 it's terrible and I'm wrong. It's terrible and I'm wrong. Hold on. .75 of those are supposed to go in the sink. 3.75 of those are supposed to go into my depot / eventually sink. Nope, I fucked the whole thing. Nope. Nope. It's all wrong. Not only is it all wrong, this part is how far back it's wrong. That's how far back it's wrong. You can't have the 5 machines sticking up like that. That's how far back it's wrong. They actually do all need to be merged down here into a single line. They do, actually. Because right here needs to already be a smart splitter on this floor. Because it needs to go center any, left overflow, which is where you need to enter. We'll go to there because I'll do the same thing on the other side, but that's where you need to enter a depot and then have an overflow for the sink, and the other side needs to have the same thing, right? Otherwise it's not, it doesn't. I can't count, that's fine. What the fuck? What is a priority merger? It's a merger that will prioritize a single lane. So let's say instances where you would use it. Let's say you've got a few machines. I'm going to use these ladders real quick. Like, let's say you've got a row of machines over here that are producing a byproduct you're using, right? So these need to never ever stop, right? That would be a problem. If they stopped, that would be an issue. But you've also got like a little bit of garbage that comes intermittently from like here, right? And this isn't a full line, but this pumps out every now and then 20 garbage comes down the road, right? That's where you use your priority merger, right? Let's say the sink or whatever it is off that way. That's when you use your priority merger to say center is a very high priority, left is a low priority. So while the belt is full, because it'll go through like full sections and then breaks, while this belt is full, it'll never take from this side. But anytime there's a gap in the line, it'll stick in one of its one from here, right? Like if there's a gap, I'll take it. Make sense? He Hulk. Okay, so heading back down. Right, this is where we're gonna take our smart splitter. By the way, so far I haven't had a single use for a priority merger. Not really. I've used one. I didn't need to. In the RPG corner in Discord, little. And by little, I mean none. Give me a hole. Okay, so this would be the full line. Is for a sushi belt. I think most of the time what that is used for is sinks. Actually, I have one place where I use a good priority merger, which is I have a belt that goes to a sink that's running my entire Mega Messy factory. That's like just sinking a little bit from different places. And it's got about 550 to 600-ish on the belt, but sometimes it goes as high as 700 on the belt. Next to that sink, I have a dump box that I just dump garbage in when I want to get rid of it, and I'm using a priority merger there because I don't actually care how quick that box empties. But I do need it to not take up the line. Did you know I've been grinding along with? Yes, I did. Is it 3.2 trillion on Yoga 2 Monk? Nice. Okay, so that should be done. Let's throw our fake hole in. That's not right. That's better. Thank you, fake hole. Okay, next. So same deal. Same deal, all these need to be merged up. Okay, if I'd have thought about this part first, what I should have done was overclocked all these machines and had them just be 5. Just have them be 5 machines, and then I would have been able to run just 1-to-1 to all 5 of the upstairs machines, right? And I could have done that. I could have done that. It wouldn't have been a problem. But now I'm running 6-to-5, so now it is an issue. Says by Monday. Nice. I don't do this, but I know a lot of people when they get there, they actually deal with immunities on slates one at a time, and they just swap their slates. Right? Like they just oh, this is an ignite map, I'll put on my ignite slate. This is a trauma map, I'll put on my trauma slate. I fucking hate it. I deal with immunities or I don't deal with immunities. Those are the 2 options. Well, that's not the way I want to go. But we do have the roof now. How the fuck am I gonna do this? That's wrong. Could be this way. Yeah. There's this one. it's all fine. I just need to lead in from here, which means this needs to be on the roof and the other way around. Close enough. Perfect. There's the same Mackerman mana stacking, but this one is stronger. Nudge that in. Click there. Okay, now both of these I want going into a depot. So let's deal with the overflow properly first. So here we would want a dimensional depot, but I don't make enough of these, nor do I care enough to store them in a box. If I need more than I have in my depot, that is a whole brand new problem. That's going to need a new production line. That's just how that is. So we do that. We put a merger in the middle, right? It goes out that way. And then we get more smart splitters. And we do that. And we do that. Alright. And then these smart splitters say center overflow, right, any. And this one says center overflow, left, any. So now it will try and fill up that box, and it will try and fill up that box, and when it doesn't, it'll merge into the middle here. And then what's in the middle? The belts on purpose. Yes. We're dealing with 7 items a minute at this stage. Seven items a minute from each side. Boom. So both of those will gather all up on one line, right? And they all gather on this side here, and these ones are facing the other way, so they come around, right? Where they go into smart splitters that will send them only up into the machines, only up into the machines. Then they'll overflow inwards. Then those want to only send them to the depots, and then they'll overflow inwards. And if they make it to the middle, then they go into a sink. Done. Then when we go upstairs, all my holes are filled. I'm double stuffed on each machine. All my holes are filled. Fantastic. So now that's completed. That's completed. This part is also completed. This part is also completed. And the only things left to do before I can turn it on is run the copper up and deal with the train stuff, because I haven't dealt with the train stuff. And fix the aluminum factory. Fuck, I'm not making pasta today, man. The aluminum factory is only making 900 because I went and made a new one thinking that'll be enough. I'm sure I won't use 900. And now I gotta use 1200. I mean, I could just make it run with what I have and it would be inefficient and it would at least start getting me to the next stage, right? But like, I have to go fix the aluminum factory. Do that? I think I will. I think I will do that. Okay. So, rubber, plastic, concrete, aluminum. Is aluminum, so it's 200 a stack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's what it would use a minute. One train bringing one cart of isn't going to be enough. One train bringing one cart isn't going to be enough. It needs a separate alumina train. It's going to take at least 5 or 6 minutes for the trip. It needs to fill up 2 carts. Then I would have 2 trains just going to the alumina base with 1 cart. And it would be the 4th cart. Or it's not the 4th cart. It's not the 4th cart. I haven't done anything yet. It's a single train with 2, or there might be 2 trains, but like with 2 locomotives and just the 3rd one. And I make the aluminum go right there. So we recolor, we go concrete first, right? Then we go alumina second, and then rubber, and then plastic. Now I'm using so little, I'm using a little enough amount of concrete and rubber and plastic that I think I can send 1 train to go just do a full loop and bring all of those back. Right? But not so with aluminum. Aluminum we're powering through. So instead, like I 1 train might do it, but it would have to only do that. So we put 2 on to make it a quicker train, right? It'll speed up quicker. It'll go up hills quicker, all that sort of stuff. Right? And we put a single freight car on it. Yeah, it does. In fact, if you run a train long enough, you have to put more on. They don't actually gain more top speed, but they do gain more torque, more power, the ability to go up and down hills, speed up much quicker, go up longer slopes, carry more weight, that sort of stuff, but they don't gain any top speed ever. Aluminum speed train. Okay, your job is to go to aluminum 2, right? And then unload none, load raw ingots. Save. And then it's immediately to come. Pasta station. So they on unload. 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 Okay. Okay, so your job will be go to Illumina and then immediately come back to pasta station and load none and unload clad aluminum sheets. And that's your whole job. You can even tell just there, like going up a hill, that it's speeding up while going up a hill, right? Because there's only one freight platform, and on top of that, it's got 2 carts. Then you get up here, it's the same top speed. So it'll never actually make it go faster. You can't put 15 of them in a row and be like, I've got a 300km/h train. No, you don't. But you do have a train that'll keep going 120 up a 4-meter incline. You have to slow down for this pathing signal, but then you're good, so it fucking speeds straight back up again real quick. This is too much. New Illumina is too far away. You're gonna need a second train. You're for sure gonna need a second train. No, but a second train, if anything gets junctioned, if anything gets like held up, like if they end up right beside each other, that'll be a real problem, right? Nope. Freight wagon is fully loaded / unloaded. So now if something happens somewhere else or I screw something up, right, and the 2 trains end up back to back, then one will just empty and the other one will just fucking, the next one would just fucking sit there until it had room to offload, and then it would go. Instead of just like offloading the 3 stacks that it would be able to and then leaving on the same loop. See, it's a very far distance away. I've come on this train intentionally because I don't know what slot the aluminum's getting loaded into. In fact, I don't think it's getting loaded anywhere because I didn't know where it was gonna need to be. Nope, it's loading in slot 1. Well, I mean, this might come back to bite me in the ass later. I mean, later on I might have to fix that. I should have come down here and checked these sinks so that I knew what I actually had before I did that. Actually, that's going to take far too long. I'm refilling that box intentionally real quick just because I want it to start doing this shit, because I want to double check what I actually have. Like, what am I actually making? Let's give the machine, the system a second to back up properly. That should do it. Oh, did I? I bet I pulled those out. I was just trying to fill the box up. Now let's double check my notes to see what I think I'm supposed to have. So I think I'm supposed to have 900. That's 1200. Which is still not enough. Just. That's still not enough. Just. I think I'm gonna do a thing where I call that good enough for now. And that becomes a problem I solve later. Just let me... I did put in some fucking sheets. Piece of shit. The rest of them are ingots. Yeah, the rest of them are ingots. Okay, so 3 and 3. Okay, so now this box is loading at more than 1200 as well. It'll actually be like quite a while before it stops running at optimal capacity either, because it'll be like, this will be full, right? And then when it comes back to get more, it'll be like half a stack less. It'll come back to get more, it'll be missing a stack. It'll come back to get more, it'll be missing another half. It'll be back to get more, it'll be missing 2 stacks. It'll take a while, But oh, let's double check that platform is on load. Correct. Good. Let's paint it the color it's supposed to be. I do not care if you have a full load right now. We don't need to wait for that. We just need to jump on the train and make sure that it comes back and everything fine, and then grab a new train and go get plastic, rubber, and concrete. Right? So you're gonna come to a stop. Gonna load up that third freight. You're gonna load up that third freight. That's the third freight. Oh, that's the second. Wait. Oh, my train's wrong. Because that would only be the second freight, right? Is my train wrong? Yeah, my train's wrong because I want it in slot 3. But that's actually only slot 2. Wait, no, but I want on the other end of slot 2. I'm just stupid, and the Illumina factory, I put it in the wrong box. Right? Go back. It's a personal train. I'm gonna race the other train back here. Fix that problem. Have a quick look at my fucking resource waterfall from my other base right there. Still earning me great points. Well, waterfall is not the right word since it's all coming up. But anyway. Funny watching all the trees pop in and out of existence because I'm like too far away. The floating No, I just didn't have floating rails at all to begin with. I was the one putting beams on everything until I was given this idea of making it look like a proper floating platform. And then I was like, fuck yeah, I can do that. And then just not put, and just not put the supports in. So you should be there, actually. That's where you're supposed to be. Yeah, I had thought about that. But like, I should be able to pick up aluminium from any box. But the thought, I didn't think I would use all of the stuff I am making. And so I thought in the future, I will make casing here if I need to, or I'll make sheets here if I need to, instead of just ingots. And like, I was going to put them in other carts, but maybe no. Oh, right. So I remember now. I knew that wasn't going to be enough, and I knew I could make 1,200. So I upped the production, but I left it in a state where I know that I can double this. It's just that my belts can only handle so much because I don't have the good belts. The good belts come from the next stage. I'm using bauxite that's pure. I can start taking more. But not until I actually get to the next stage. I did the same thing I've done everywhere else. I left it ready to expand when I have the good belts. Yo, this train takes forever. We're definitely gonna need 2 trains. Minutes before the stream title becomes a lie. The day isn't over until the stream ends. Yo, where's my train? Oh, no, that's the old one. No, that's the old one. He's there. You're into the AM? No, I'm actually going to go to bed relatively soon. I'm trying to keep to a sort of schedule. Wait, is your truck called the Kardashians? Yeah. That's my first train that was, its job is to bring rubber and plastic. That's it. That's its whole job, is to bring rubber and plastic. So I named it the Kardashians. Bring the schedule forward over the next 2 to 3 weeks? Nope. Right, here comes the train. Quick, jump in it. Okay, this time it'll work. Oh no 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 no! Oh good, it is at light. Woo! Ah. It's loading. Yay. Do you want to load 2 boxes as one? Just one. Though, I just figured out how I'm going to get slightly more aluminium very easily. The answer is more trains, but I was thinking about building this train a second time, right? But then that's actually way too much. This brings 70% of what I need in this time-ish. Right? But I also need a separate train to go get concrete, and it gets concrete from just there. So what I might do is just send my concrete train to grab concrete from that concrete base and aluminium here, and then come back. So this one just gets aluminium, and the other one gets concrete and aluminium, and the third one gets rubber and plastic from the rubber and plastic base. We've been far happier the last week. Honestly, taking a break from ARPGs is fantastic. I feel a lot better. And there's quite a bit of stress about what the fuck I'm gonna do with my bills over the next few months, especially after I just spent like $1,400 on a VIP ticket for ExileCon. It's like whatever, it's just money problems. Everyone's got those. Get over it. You know. I'm also like starting to look forward to the PoE1 League launch. Whereas like even just a week or two ago, I couldn't stand the thought of an ARPG again. And now I'm like, ooh, a new league? $150 an hour. Nice. I had to talk myself down from trying the new D2 class. That doesn't tempt me. I'm not even a little bit tempted by that. Room 2 of your factory, I'd really like that. Currently I'm only in phase 2, working towards phase 3. I don't know if I will, although there is an entire YouTube playlist. I separated the playlist because a bunch of people who watch Satisfactory really enjoy watching people's first playthroughs. And I had several people ask for that, so I separated all of the live streams into a playlist on YouTube, so they're just VODs though. Maybe I'll do a walkthrough of everything in one of those. Oh, you were one of those. Well, the whole thing is in there. When I'm done, maybe I'll do a walkthrough of everything. But like, where would you start? Would you start towards the end where there are good stuff and work your way backwards to where it's garbage? Or do you start at the first base and then be like, look at this garbage I made? Yo, why aren't you unloading? Why aren't you unloading? That's the correct one. You're set to unload. Why didn't you unload? Wait, come back. Wait, come back. That's set to unload. It was correct. fuck? I mean, yes, but not the right thing. Ingots. Safe. Okay, so we need another train that's going to do the same loop, but it's going to pick up concrete as well. So concrete is in 1, aluminium is in 2. Okay, so we need 1 of them, and then we need 2 of these. So 1 for concrete, 2 for aluminium. And funnily enough, you can also put 1 of these at the back and it will push. So I can keep the same idea of having more speed, right? Okay, so your job is to go to the concrete oasis. I'm gonna say 1. Then your job, no, not 1. I actually don't know where you should load concrete. So I guess take me to the concrete factory. I don't know if you should stop at 1 or 2. But I want concrete in the first slot, but not the second slot. So I guess we're gonna go there and find out. At the concrete station? Oh yeah. Oh, if neither of the train stations at the concrete suit the needs for this truck in this order, I think I could add 5 more train stations to the concrete. The concrete oasis is concrete that all the concrete I'll need for the rest of the fucking game can come from that base. It is set up. Oh, this is the way you're taking to the concrete base? Surely that way is quicker. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, sure, that's fine. Is avoiding a jam? No. No, I would looked at the map and was like, oh, that's actually really close. Going either way, like that would have been nearly a coin flip, and I guess it just picks the faster path. Like if I had told it to go to Illumina first, then that would have been, it would have gone the way I expected it to, and then it would pick up aluminium first, then go pick up concrete, then turn around and bring it back. But I don't think it matters, because either way it'll take this track one way or the other, right? Like if it picks up aluminium first and then concrete, it'll think this way is the quickest way home. And if it picks up concrete first and then aluminium, it'll think this way is the quickest way to get to the concrete, and then from aluminium it'll come straight back. So either way, it's going to take the whole track. Construction. Give it a raid. Perfect. We are right in the middle of ads too. And there it is. There's that concrete oasis. So I don't actually care if you block the concrete base for a minute. So we want concrete on 1. Oh, it's perfect. Concrete on 1 is already set up. And this train is only using a little bit, and I don't need that much either. This will easily be full for both of us. And concrete is already on 1. That's fantastic. Fantastic news. Okay, thank you for the raid. Okay, so edit timetable. Concrete oasis. Unload nothing. Load. Concrete. Right? Save. Then go to Illumina 2. Unload none. Load. Aluminium ingots. Save. Then go to pasta station, where you will load nothing, but you will unload concrete and aluminium ingots. Save. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Excuse me. How goes stream? Fantastic. We're so close to getting our nuclear pasta up and running. I was really hoping / expecting to do it today, but we're also like, we're already like 40 minutes over stream. So I do not believe that I will be getting pasta running today, but I will be getting my trains set up today to at least bring stuff in. You can do it in one stream, more like a week. To be fair, people did say you can get by with like half or 1 pasta a minute, and I was like, that seems silly. Let's make 7.5 in 15 particle accelerators on my first playthrough. Making 10. So the point of this is I also have the ability to up it to 10 as soon as I get new belts. I don't have the belts to bring in the correct ore, but I will have the I have generated the extra needed to bring it to 10, and I could sloop it to 20. And this is my first time playing, but my thought was if I could make 20 then that would be enough to deal with nuclear stuff in the final phase. So concrete and aluminium good. Well, it picked up concrete and I'm just going through the aluminium base right now. Where it's definitely just going to load aluminium into the second cart. Oh no, wait. Hold up, 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 hold on, 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 hold. In this cart, will it always be full of concrete though? Because if it's always full of concrete, then there's no problem. But if it isn't, nope, I fucked up, actually. Supposed to be aluminium in that one and concrete in that one. Aluminium in that one. No, wait, that's fine. That's fine. That is the second one, which is concrete. This is fine. This is fine. So the only problem is concrete's in the first one, which is this, which is now like an issue because I don't want it to. So we're just gonna temporarily, in case it never fills up, like if it gets to the concrete and there's a spot open, if it gets to the concrete and there's a spot open, won't it take that? Even if it was not full of concrete? Ah, true. And I think I have done that. So let's just double check. Unload nothing, load only ingots. Yeah, okay, you're right. So it would be fine anyway. That is actually how I do water bottles and empty canisters that both come back on the same station in my mega messy base. Okay, perfect. So we have one train that zips here and back constantly, that just goes here and back, right? And then we have another train, that's that one. And then we have another train that makes a loop that gets concrete and more aluminium, because that one train isn't quite enough. That one train should handle about 70 to 75% ish of the aluminium I need transported, but it's just not quite enough. So this one should bring me the rest, and I need far less concrete, so it doesn't matter that it takes longer. And concrete stack size is like 500, so it's actually fine. There's the base for the other three. There's the base for the other three elevator parks that all get made in the same place, as well as my new plastic and rubber facility, which all combined is about as big as the place that's making pasta. The other three elevator parts plus my rubber and plastic facility is about as big as just the pasta. That's fine. Right, so I'm actually confident that that one's gonna be fine. I'm actually confident that that one's going to be fine. So we're not going to ride it all the way home. We're going to stop at the rubber and plastics and make our third train that's going to deliver stuff. So I think that what I need is for 3 and 4 to be rubber and plastic in that order. That's what I think needs to happen. Now, unfortunately, we have some small problems here because that's not where any of these are going, but they're also getting slightly used from these front two. So that's fine, but we need splitters because neither this train nor the other train will use the full amount of anything. The rubber and plastic will be fine, right? Like we're not going to run out. It'll be good. It'll be fine no matter what. I wasn't expecting to come all the way over here though. Now the plastic can be split in the air and that would be fine, but the rubber needs to come in here also. So was it phase 5? I'm gonna get some sleep. All right, see ya. So this is rubber. So it's gonna get this painted on it, just like the other rubber did. All right. We'll have to do that trick right there. Here again. So to do that, we need to grab these. We need to pull them out to about a little bit further than that, preferably. Oh no, I'd actually like for that to happen a little bit closer so I can just split the plastic in the top. That'd be really good. That would actually be super helpful. So let's do that. That way I don't need to do the double stacking bullshit for you. So that would mean we want that to go there. And we want that to go right. So you have to do that, right? But then, so I've done this before. You need to come back and be a shorter one so that you can connect here. Did I do that backwards? I don't know if I did that backwards or not. No, that's right. No, that's right. Conventional splitter. It's gonna go on that line and then again on that line. me by the balls. I'm not sure what's gonna pull me away. Nothing. This is your life forever now. Yeah, I don't even care. Just do something here. I'm just checking YouTube now. I can't find the full playlist for Satisfactory anymore. I can't find me completed phase 1. I mean, hopefully the whole playlist is there. It's definitely not like labeled or anything. Like it's not, what the fuck? Hold on. Okay, bud, we're fucking busy here. All right. Oh, there we go. Just trying to think. Yeah, it's just VODs, right? Like it isn't like organized or anything. I mean, they're in order, but they're just VODs. There's no like organized video or anything, right? But it should definitely all be there. To be honest, I just wasn't really expecting anyone to care. I clearly misunderstood. But it's all there now. Okay, so there's rubber getting filled. Okay, now if I go to splitters, just literally there like that, and literally there like that, I bet they reach there in one go. You are an absolute piece of shit. Are you really not going to reach there in one go? How about from there? Yes. Oh god, I saw the glimpse of the first base. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so this train should be the last train to go to the pasta location. There'll only be 3 trains total visiting that station ever. And they all have like 5 minutes around. Also, I'd just like to note that I am looking out of the eye of my penis right now. Just like that's the gun up there, right? You can, if you look down, you can't see any torso. That's my foot. If you look up, you can see my chest. Am I clipped into it? I am looking currently out of the eye of my penis. That's, I don't know how that's happened. I don't know how that happened, but I am looking out of the eye of my penis. Hit B and then R. Oh. That is definitely a girl. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever seen myself. Okay, well. I don't feel like I'm looking out of like, there's nowhere that would be appropriate for an eye to grow, even in like a Lovecraftian horror sense. But like, why is my field of view off? Oh, never mind, it's all fixed. Okay, new train. New train. So this one only needs the final two. So electromotive again. You know what? You're just building here. I don't even care. Right? And then you need freight cars. And we have to think of, damn it, I don't have a good second name. Like the Kardashians was such a good rubber and plastics name. You need 3 cars. Why? All this one does is pick up rubber and plastic and bring it to the base. And it's in cart 3 and cart 4. Spot 3 and spot 4. Okay, so you're gonna go to new rubber and plastic. You're gonna unload none. You're gonna load rubber, and you're going to load plastic, and then save, and then you're going to go to pasta station. You're going to load nothing. And you're going to unload plastic and rubber.
I checked my Twitch Prime.
Wait, platforms 1 and 2 are in use. Is it on platform 2 here? I am. Am I? Hang on. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm short. You get a 3rd locomotive. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, this is okay. The next station is new rubber plastic. Okay. Whiskey Sipper, thank you very much for the prime. I named this train. This train. Check your Twitch Prime. I just. That's fine, right? then the other one, the Poverty Express. Hey, Taj or Tajay? I'm sure it's Tajay. Give them 10 gifted subs. Huge. Hey, the sub goal. Okay. If this works though, it is the end of the stream for today. We still have to like do all of the logistics of bringing in all of the stuff from the train station, but provided this works, I should have a train station full of the 4 things that I wanted to bring in. Like we should have it all. And our throughput should be fine on everything. So we just need to now pump through all the logistics. You're going to Exocon? Yes. Not entirely sure how I'm going to get there yet, but I did buy my ticket. Normally I would also just buy my plane tickets now, but I ran out of money, so we're not doing that. I will buy plane tickets and book hotels later when I have a little bit more money. But I have the ticket. I will be there. And I will have badges. I don't know how I'm going to afford those either, but I will have them. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Okay. So, this is set to unload. That's set to unload. This one's already full. Oh, I can't check the trains here. Okay, you're gonna unload both of them? When's ExoCon gonna happen? November. The tickets are already out. I imagine VIP is already sold out. Okay, so we have rubber and plastic. We have aluminium ingots and we have concrete. All of the things we need are now coming into this base via my expansive train network. There's enough time to get the rest of the trip settled. Oh yeah, we should be fine. They only do 1 wave of ticket sales. So I don't know. Last time they did a 2nd wave, like 2 weeks later, but I don't know if that's a normal thing that they will do again, or if that was like, oh, it was way more popular than we thought. There is more room here. We could put out more. So I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna call it a day, but I am now positive that we have pasta tomorrow, right? Because everything that we make at this base is already hooked up, and now our quite expansive train network is also hooked up. So all I have to do now is go back down the floors with the concrete, rubber, plastic, and aluminum that I need, and then everything can turn on. Traveling UK to New Zealand is a bit rough. I understand that, and also the cost, but I will say right now, if it isn't cost prohibitive, you should go. It's the best time I've ever had, both times. Even if there's nothing cool in the announcement, the amount of fun it is to be just like around so many people who are all fans of the same thing was just, I don't know, it was really, really good. I got to meet like so many people that I don't know, it was the best time of my life. I can't explain it any other way. I do go out of my way to be extra social when I'm there, right? Which is very weird for me because I'm definitely an antisocial person, but I just, you know, be as mentally prepared as I possibly can be. And I just go to every event. I go to any group I can see, anybody doing anything. You'll get up in the morning and you'll just go somewhere to get like a bacon and egg sandwich, and there'll be like 6 exiles there just to chat to. You can just sit down at a cafe and be like, hey, people talking about my game, right? Like that's fantastic. So yeah, if money is an issue, then that's sad, and real life and money should take priority first. But if it's not, then, and it's just like a, oh, is it worth it? Should I go? Like if it's just that sort of stuff, then the answer is yes, you should absolutely go. You should 100% go. Let's see, I assume we can help you get there or something. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's not until November, and provided PoE1 has a good league, at least like a month into the PoE1 league when I get paid from Twitch, that should be enough. So I'm not like super concerned unless the PoE1 league is shit. If the PoE1 league is shit, then I'm in trouble. But hopefully the PoE1 league is great and we get lots of action there, and then that will cover me, right? There's not a lot of trains stopping here, man. Well, none of them stopped though, so hopefully the throughput there is enough. Otherwise there's still a chance I might need more aluminum than this, but I don't think so. I think with the 2 trains both bringing full carts of aluminum, we should be fine. Funnily enough though, if I needed it, I could just make this rubber and plastic guy also stop at the aluminum factory. I could. He's got the empty cart and he's not that far away. So if the throughput isn't enough, I don't have to add an extra train. I can make this guy stop. So you guys heard about Satisfactory? Look at curiosity, I can get to New Zealand. Less than 900 return in November. Nice. And overnight to be able to troubleshoot in the morning when you get back. The logistics will take me another hour and a half probably. It's too much. Too much. We're gonna call it a day. But we definitely get pasta tomorrow. Quite a bit of it. Actually. Quite a bit of it. Nuclear pasta incoming? Yeah, everything that I create here is done. All of everything is done for 7.5 pasta per minute. The only thing that wasn't done was the 4 things that I needed to bring in by train, because I had not set up my train network yet, which is now concrete, aluminium ingots, rubber, and plastic, which are now all here from my train. So all I'll have to do tomorrow is pump these 4 things down to where I need them to be and then turn everything on. That's a lie. I also need to run the actual copper powder into here, into these machines, but that's already like made. It's done, right? It just isn't actually done, but it's all just down here getting made, going into 2 sinks, and there's already belts for it right there that come all the way into this base. I just need to hook that up to these machines here and then take them off the sinks and put them on the belt highway. So that's nothing, because these don't go to multiple machines. They just come up here. They just come up to the top and go straight into the excuse me, straight into the things, right? So that's nothing. What's your thoughts on building trains inside terrain? I like it if you go out of your way to make it intentional looking. Like if you build entrances and rolling garage doors and shit like that, so that it like looks like it's tunneling into the floor or into a thing. Love it. If you just clip it through and go, that's good enough, hate it. Hate that. Don't do that. But otherwise, great. Let's see who's on. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.